and welcome to another episode of Charismatic Mystery. Tonight we're playing the module Cursestrad, but it's been transformed, and we're playing in the system and the setting for Frostmark RPG, everything created by Marc. There's a content warning for tonight of bad language, heavy topics, gothic horror, and perhaps some gore. We shall see. But with me, I have a wonderful cast of players. I have Lady Lyria, our half of a Magus, played by Jules, who sadly can't make it tonight because of some family-related stuff. But we shall miss her and see her I shall. Next up, Amaritia, our changing warlock, played by Cookie. Hello, Vega.
Hello.
Nix of the Vistani, our tiefling bard, played by Adriano.
Hello. Oh.
Are we counting tonight? Jivkos, our undead knight, played by Woo. Hello, welcome.
Hello, yo.
Joeying it up. Alright.
Yo.
Awesome. Guys, what happened last time? Who will take it away?
Who did? I'm happy to. It's quite a long one, so it's more Nick's focused. Anyway, you want to do it, Cookie?
I don't want to do it. No.
Okay. I'll just get through it real quick. I'll just read it out. So, gathering around the Vistani campfire for breakfast, Team Trauma laid down their plans for today's campaigning in Nyx's name. As you begin planning for the healer's tent setup and source materials for it, Cato saunters into the picture to herd Nyx to the Council of Elders' summon. Heading back to the central and large tent, Nyx hesitates at the threshold to ask Illyria, who tagged along for advice. As she has met similar folks at soirees, it has made her life easier to either go along with their spiel, or, if you can't avoid their attention, don't play their games. They joke about killing them all instead, and after a bunch of witty insults aimed at their venerability, they head into the meeting. Within the tent, Illyria and Nyx find 7 Vistana on the older side and hold varying amounts of respect and opinions. Apparently, they have yet to even respond to the call for a debate and vote tomorrow, and still bicker about its validity. In Nyx's case, Dorenia demands that her order to have Nyx exiled should be enforced. Nyx argues his case, invoking Iva's name and her prophecy, and the 7 seats show a rainbow of different opinions about Nyx and his exile. Nonetheless, out of fear, the council declares that his exile still stands and that the deck needs to be handed over until they can discuss the matter again after the debate has taken place. When Nyx reveals that he plans to be a contender in the debate, the council descends into chaos. Illyria speaks out and delivers the ultimatum, and that unless they leave Nyx be, that she will tattle to Strahd about their disrespect of her wishes. After some deliberation and the promise from Nyx to not start a revolution if the elders win fair and square, the exile and the forced handover of the deck is for now paused. After sharing what happened to the rest of Team Trauma, you launch into the efforts of the Tent of Healing for Navarade TM, which goes very well. Nyx successfully shows what great leadership should look like. For the second part of the day, you want to do various things. Beyond prepping early for the theatre play tonight and gather votes, you also wish to try and sabotage Aragal. Towards the end, Illyria and Ivisiamatia goes to find Aragal and his base of operation. Waiting impatiently for his next speech and bribery to be over, and after a turret conversation between Aragal and Illyria, where our resident half-elf tries to have a private conversation in his lodgings, for which he declines, Aragal finally retreats home. Hamartia successfully manages to sneak after him, cue theme song, and finds his tent hidden in the woods. She sees the 2 guards sitting down outside the tent's opening, and Aragal heads inside to have food and wine. When Hamartia hears that Aragal is talking, she sneaks up and sees Aragal holding something that glints red, but fails to overhear the conversation, but for some errant words. Attempting to empty the tent, Hamartia starts a fire in the forest, but Aragal and his guards respond more professionally than she wanted. Whilst one guard goes to investigate, Aragal goes inside to gather his things, and the last one guards the entrance of the tent. When Aragal has scooped up his things, he leaves his tent with a single satchel and goes invisible with one of the guards and runs into the forest. The last guard comes back and hides in the forest, overlooking the entrance of the tent. Sneaking behind it, Hamartia slashes her way into it, finding all of Aragal's important belongings gone, and she leaves Sol behind in a flash of brilliance with the wish that Sol steals something small and important of Aragal, if possible. You meet up once more to bring everyone up to speed, and then you launch into the last effort of the day, the theater play. After procuring some materials, Irius's heartfelt plea to the Vistani to stop kidnapping people, and a status report of the other camp's political efforts, the play begins. An edited tale of Nyx's emotional journey through loss, anger, and love, with great hilarious highlights of Dawn in a red head wig, Jivkos as Winter Splinter, and a feathery kiss between Nyx and Illyria Feather more. Despite some confusion, an unexpected love triangle, and some grand claims made in the show that the crowd isn't sure if it's the truth or not, though all of the panache and passion the show, or through all of the panache and passion, the show is a great success in the end. A great after party is thrown when Nyx is treated like a rock star. Illyria and Himati also get positive attention, and even Jivkos gets a small cult following. In between the partying, Nyx excuses himself into the bushes where he meets Radu, who attempts to curse him. Thankfully, it fails. Nyx commands him to approach before he can run away in an invisible state.
This, I forgot how much of a fucking cliffhanger we left it on. Holy shit! Holy fuck! Beat this twink. Oh, sorry.
Beat this twink?
Yeah, Radu looks like a twink.
Do we remember the conversation we had after the session to outline what Nyx would do immediately after that?
No.
No.
You don't recall. I mean, it was several weeks ago. So, I mean, the fact that he goes invisible, we were discussing about the command and going invisible.
Oh, yeah.
But we were also talking about the fact that if that's the case, then Nyx would cast another spell, of which would be elevated with his sorcery, of which needs to have a saving throw of Radu, as he casts Hypnotic Pattern.
Oh, you wanted to do that instead of the command, or was the command a BA?
Command is a BA when he uses that.
Right, and command is level 1. Yeah.
Right.
Right. Well, then it works.
Well, there's a saving throw. So if the saving throw.
Begin there. I'm gonna build.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Okay. Just letting you know where we are.
Yes. Perfect. Let's get back into the Vistani panache of things. Oh.
Very cool. Holy shit.
Oh my.
My oh my. A bunch of actors around. So let's begin. The after party of the theater show is still in full swing around Madame Eva's former campfire. 100 Vistani have gathered here in its vicinity, but as the evening progresses, they begin to slowly trickle away, tempted by other parties, sleep, or pillow companions. Still, there's conversations everywhere. A trio of Vistani has taken the privilege of providing music to the north, and 20 or so Vistani stamp their feet into the mud and sand in a frenetic show of passion and zeal. There are also several couples that have snuck off into somewhat secluded corners where they are warming up the night's activities by a good amount of flirting and snogging. Illyria, Amartya, and Jivkos and Irius find themselves in the center of the solar system, sitting on the sturdy logs around the main campfire with your most ardent admirers who wouldn't give up these seats for any Yule in the world. But it's not too bad. The attention is overwhelmingly positive, and you are somewhat into your cups, which helps to smooth this experience for you. Illyria, in particular, is smothered by attention, and while she is still uncomfortable with the spotlight, she doesn't squander the opportunity to continue advocating for Nyx. A revolving crowd surrounds her in a constantly distracting and isolating orbit, and it would be hard to extract her from the gravity well she has found herself in. For Arius, a Vistana with a Soulmark has come up to discuss arcane theory with him, initially with a certain amount of cockiness and challenge there, but as Arius engulfed himself in one of his favorite topics, the nature has become instructional instead. Eventually, several other novice Vistana practitioners of magic have snuck up in his vicinity to immerse themselves in the 3 knowledge shared by our favorite dwarf. Jivkas, Hamardia, what are your characters doing during this time, and what are their general state of mind? During this party.
I think, Hamatia would be pretty drunk as of this moment.
Oh, okay. Good to know.
But I don't know if she's going to be drunk, because she knows that they know that she knows they suspect, so she'll probably keep like one eye on what's going on with Nyx.
Nyx just recently went to relieve himself, so he hasn't been gone for long. It's just a couple of seconds at this point.
Yeah, so she won't do anything. If it's like if it takes too long, she'll begin to be suspicious.
All right. How's Jivkas in this moment?
Jivkos is very relaxed, I would say, at this point, sort of with the change in atmosphere and the recent, I'd say, triumph of the theatre. Sadly, he won't be drinking anything because it would just have to come back up later. So that is something he's a little bit he's annoyed about, but it's just a thing with the rolling with the punches. But for now, he would probably just be making conversation with anyone who wished to, and just sort of enjoying the atmosphere and just rowdy friendliness that's going on around. It's been quite a while, so it's lovely to be engulfed into something like it.
Oh, that's very nice. Okay. Well, in another corner of this camp, something in a way different nature is taking place. Nyx went to relieve himself in the bushes over by the horses, and there in the gloom of the night, he was ambushed by Radu. Let's switch up the feel.
Oh,
Oh no.
that's not good.
Who attempted to curse them? Shake it effect off. Radu immediately seen a desire to retreat, but before he could, Nyx enchanted him to approach instead. Forced by the magical spell, it seems it has taken hold, but before Nyx's reaction turn has ended, he wishes to do something else, right?
Right. To cast hypnotic pattern in the area in which he turns invisible. And it will be using his sorcery points, of which he has full.
Well,
To
it was Radu's whole turn to like step out and then curse you, and then you immediately it looked like after it failed, Radu wanted to run, and so it became your turn because his turn ended at a point, and you used your bonus action to cast command. So he actually hasn't gone invisible yet.
Oh.
Right, because we didn't use an initiative or anything like that.
Yeah, currently,
so
Radu opened up basically a surprise, which put him on top of the initiative order basically, and then you have reacted now with your bonus action.
Okay, then. Because we have to rewind time here because the whole point was him to come close to Nyx.
Yes. So you cast
Of
the
which
spell.
then.
He seems to be affected, but it's still your turn.
The intended goal was here for him to come towards Nyx, right? So that he can be restrained. But so Nyx is as long as he is affected by the spell, if that was the case, that he would just approach, but then we had this discussion of order of operations, where he can he has to follow the command at some point during his turn, of which he went invisible and then he approached, perhaps.
Yes, indeed.
So it's at that point that Nyx would have reacted to cast Hypnotic Pad, not before.
All right. Yeah, the next turn after he is forced to end his turn. Okay, perfect. Then let's do this. And let's also roll some initiative values. So if somebody else is joining, we can put them in turn of what we're doing. So give me please an initiative roll.
Yeah, one.
You don't want?
I don't wanna.
Okay, well let me just do all the things and you're never gonna
Nyx is just going to go 0.
12.
Okay. Alright. So Radu is invisible. He is somewhere within 1 meter of you. He has ended his second turn. It is now your turn.
Seeing Roddy go invisible, Nyx would say, "You're not getting away that easily." And as a heightened spell cast in the area, will cast Hypnotic Pattern.
Which give
Which
him
is a
disadvantage, right?
Disadvantage on this roll. It's a comp save.
Is a composure save. Okay. That is a 19 without disadvantage. 9 with disadvantage. Yeah.
Then he would be incapacitated, of which he would drop his concentration and has a speed of 0
Okay.
for a minute.
Yeah.
God.
And then, because he is incapacitated and has a speed of 0 for a minute, provided he doesn't take any damage or gets shaken out of his stupor, since Nyx is just around the corner of everyone else, he's gonna like step back and say like, "Jivkov!"
Jivkov! Just panic.
Just pure. Okay, but there's still a band playing and a bunch of conversations over there. It's a lot of noise. Okay.
I have a minute to do something. I wonder.
Yes.
The only thing I could think of.
Because make me a perception.
Would
Composure.
Hamartia be able to as well? Or...
Yes, Amartya
Yes,
would.
okay.
But Amartya would do so with disadvantage.
fair enough. Yeah, it's a lot easier to recognize your own main. That is very true.
Yeah.
So disadvantage, you say?
No, well, Amartya is also very drunk.
Okay, so wait, am I at disadvantage or is Hamartia?
No. Hamartya is at disadvantage because she's drunk.
Intelligence or composure?
Perception, composure, because this is not
Sick. 12.
12.
Hear me!
That could have been so good.
Yeah.
Alcohol, why'd you ruin everything?
A round passes and you hear nothing.
Seeing as that Jibkos hasn't reacted, I'm gonna panic a little, and staying where I am with visible sight of Radu, I'm gonna take out. Oh God. I'm gonna take out the Wand of Wonders, and I'm gonna like target like a branch, like a tree branch in the sky, well over nearby, I suppose, at least like 30 feet away, shall we say. Or like 6 meters away, 6 meters up, and I'm going to flick and swish the shit out of the Wand of Wonders.
Ooh.
Push and
Oh,
push.
shit.
Okay.
Let's
Roll
get
the
it.
die.
Roll it
I
up.
hope for a visual.
Fireball.
Okay,
Come
first of all,
on, visual effect,
Where
visual
are
effect.
you aiming it? Or just up in
I'm
the
aiming
air?
it up. No,
Oh.
I'm gonna target a branch.
So like above where the tents would be.
3
yeah,
meters,
yeah.
4 meters, 10
like
meters.
6 meters at
Okay.
minimum.
Okay.
I'm gonna
the top branches.
find one.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm hoping for a visual effect coming from the one to like startle people. I have no
Gotcha.
idea because I have nothing else to really, from a
Dude.
visual perspective. I
Okay.
mean that won't just completely incinerate bystanders.
There's some, there's some really funny shit in here. I'm
Like,
waiting.
You see the back of a guy who has his arms around a lady, and they're in each other's throat over there on the bench by the water. That's the only
No
one you're
thaumaturgy,
seeing
no.
right now.
Oh my god.
No mental thing. Just like found one of Nyx's weaknesses of not being able to be heard. Unless Wand of Wonders works. So, we ready?
We're ready.
Wand of Wonders, rescue me! Jivkaz, hear my plea! 96!
Whoa.
What the fuck is that?
Oh no. Oh wait.
Wait, who's nearest to that?
It's the target skin,
Yeah.
but there's no target.
No, but if you choose a point in space, the creature nearest to that point is affected.
Yeah.
Don't know!
Is Nyx going from purple to blue?
Yeah, because the tree that is closest to you is, the one that is directly south. You can see a little bit of, And that
I
one
can't
is
even see
closer-
where I am.
Oh.
On the map.
Can't?
No, I have no vision.
You have
He's got no vision.
No vision.
Oh, baguette.
Can't see that?
Give me vision. No, I cannot see.
No, mademoiselle.
Have you attached my token to my user?
Do you have the vision?
He is fucking
Oh,
blind.
yeah, fuck, I need
You even see?
Does it belong to me? No,
What
it
are
does
we-
not. I see it on the stream.
Oh no.
Do you get it now?
There we go.
Oh no,
I
why
see
are we
it now.
friends? There is
Exactly,
Majesty
Blaine.
Gamble.
I am so fucking far away. I did not expect I was that far.
Oh no.
Yeah, well, you wanted some privacy. Yeah.
Good
Well,
bit.
if that is the case,
Since it's close, I mean, he was targeting it towards like the crowd, I suppose.
because the biggest tree here is the one down here, right? Right, down here.
Opposed to others.
You could have like set a fireball or something. I just
I
lit shit on
could've.
fire.
I mean, I didn't have anything. I wanted to cast Fireball actually, so
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
or Lightning Bolt or
Lightning bolt's fucking
Butterflies.
loud. Yeah, that
Okay,
would have been
but,
good.
But since you're not
Yeah.
targeting something like it's a little bit ambiguous, I'm gonna roll a 1d2.
Oh.
One is Radu.
Oh no.
Okay. It's
Now you need a D10.
Okay. You bring out the wand full of wonders, potential, and perhaps a saving grace in this moment. You reach it up to the skies, the magic charges, it feels epic, and then you turn blue.
Fucking hell. What's... I guess because I have was it 6 for a minute? 6 turns? I do it again!
You did it again?
I like shake the wand and like bash it against my palm like fucking hey, come on!
Like a remote control.
I have no other way. Like I've been going through everything. I have no other way other than running there and running back, which will take more than a minute. So I just have to do this. So,
Okay.
well, I target something. Same place. Visual effect. Let's go.
Ooh.
62. Grass grows on the ground in a 12-meter radius centered on the target. The grass is
Okay.
already there. It grows to 10 times its normal size and remains overgrown.
That's
10
pretty
times.
cool.
Is this wild? Wait, this is wild grass, isn't it?
Yeah, like
That's
That's
very
fucking
aggressive.
tall.
10 times of a. Well, it depends. Like,
Like
it's
10
it's kind of
centimeters?
low. It's 10 centimeters is not much, but it's a
Yeah.
visual effect
Yeah,
for
so,
12-meter radius. Yeah, for sure.
So it grows like to be like 50 centimeters to 1 meter tall. So basically, it reaches from your knee to your hip in a 12-meter area. Well,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
The people snogging.
Oh, they get some privacy.
Yeah, actually,
They could fall into the grass.
There's certainly a shriek and a reaction over there, and a group of tieflings further to the east kind of comes up. So we're at the edge of it, kind of comes up to investigate. And there's a shout like, "Oh wow! Do you see this grass? Amazing! What do you think this is?" And they like the couple sort of stop snogging for a while to talk with them. Okay.
So I'm hoping, at least Nyx is hoping, that such a miraculous event might cause a stir enough to have a ripple effect of other people saying like, oh, like looking over that way or moving that way, but maybe they don't. Maybe they do. It's all that Nyx
You're
can do.
right. It will certainly happen, but it also depends upon like the communication speed here. It will eventually reach Jipko's and Amartya's ears, but it is probably gonna take a round or 2 or 3.
Okay. Well, we'll see if it does. Nyx feels confident, like that's as much as he can do, and he's like not really wishing to try his luck any further. So whilst Radu is incapacitated, Nyx will rifle through his shit and like it.
Yes, steal! I love stealing.
Something on him, like a missive, like a letter or something, like something from someone to incriminate or evidence. Or just, money.
No,
I don't know.
Sure.
But cash.
Okay.
Yeah. And then after he does doing that, he wants to pull his pants down.
What? What?
Wait, it's 12-meter radius, so it's 24.
Yeah,
That's
it's
huge.
really big.
It's 24. Yeah, no. I thought it was 6-meter radius. No.
Oh,
It's
shit. Wait, no, that's-
gigantic.
I was hoping that it would reach.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fucking huge. What?
Okay, slightly smaller.
It only lasts for 1 minute though, so it's just like
Yeah.
Wait, so
the
just
grass
like
gets
appear and then
slightly
disappear?
excited. And it sort of like grows up and grows down.
I mean, it's overgrown for a minute, yeah.
Yeah. There we go. And
Geek, geek. Oh.
so that's that's the size of it. Okay, yeah. So
Well, no, I
people-
casted 6 meters away
Up.
from me.
Oh, to the people. Towards the
Like a branch 6 meters away, yeah.
Okay.
So maybe it'll be a little bit more to the right, I suppose, rather than
Yeah,
directly
like
centered on
there.
Nyx.
Yeah. Like
Yeah,
there.
it sounds
That's
good.
perfect. Yes.
Cool.
Yeah,
That's-
no, for sure. And some more people are gonna like pay attention there for sure. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Turn 8.6. You go through his stuff.
I search him. Frisk him.
underneath, like pretty light or flowing clothing, there is a secret, not secret, but certainly a hidden reinforced leather armor that he's wearing. He has a knife attached to his hip. There is money in his purse, and he has a satchel with some stuff in it. And on a quick glance, like you find a grappling hook, lantern, rope, and then water and food.
Oh, that's amazing. Okay, I'm gonna take his knife off of his hip, cut the pouch of money, and grab the satchel, find the rope, realize I could have just tied this guy up, and proceed to do so.
Yeah, okay. Make me a quick survival with cunning. Yoko Zamardia, at this point, there's some people behind you that are very interested in some grass you hear. Like there's some shouts and like, wow, look at this grass, it's so tall, what happened?
I'm going to look over.
Yeah.
Same. They just sort of look over his shoulder that way.
And at the very, very edge of your vision here, let me actually see where...
Actually, we see quite a lot of it between the tents.
Yeah, between the tents. You see like meter-high grass suddenly, and it's like, huh? What? Next, this round, you actually managed to tie him up pretty good. You might have been into some of this at your taverns.
Hey, you're looking at my backstory. Yes, instead of being like the standard, like around the ankles, around the wrist, it's kind of like BDSM.
He's done
like,
fucking shibari. Oh my
like,
god.
I lean into what I know, and like looped around his chest and around his like legs, and, like,
So it's hot.
tied. With his butt like sticking up out the ground.
You're making him fucking. You're basically sexually assaulting him. My god.
With the pants slightly down.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Sure, Wasplay. Okay. That is kind of intricate, so I'm gonna say that takes 2 rounds. But in that time, because Samardia, you could have started like moving in that direction if you wanted to.
Yeah, definitely. Jivkos would have just sort of looked over to Amartya and been just like, Nix?
Maybe. We don't really know.
Let us check. And then
Let's
we'll
go.
start. I don't know how far he'll get, but like, just start heading on over there.
I
You
can
sort
kind of imagine Jibkos kind of like grabbing Hamartia.
yeah, no, he'll just
swinging
put her
her
basically
over.
underneath his arm.
Oh yeah, like
like,
a sack of
yeah.
potatoes.
Yeah. Because she'll be easier to carry than a sack of potatoes, because she's just.
high up there.
Okay.
And then-
She just enjoys herself, has this dumb smile on her face.
Yeah.
You could say how far
What
he
is your
gets.
carrying in weight? Do you have a?
Oh, I've got a lot of carry weight.
Okay.
I have fucking-
You can dash. You can dash if you want to. You can run your full.
Yeah, I've 18 brawn.
And dash,
Damn.
run through. Yeah, you're fine. Ham is like
So like 60
small
feet.
and really
Yeah.
thin.
What is this feat?
Oh, sorry, 12 meters.
12
Like over
meters.
here.
Yeah.
Wait, were you? Oh.
Fucking all the way up here.
Just for funsies sake, Hamartia, can you make me a vitality saving throw because you're rocking.
Oh no!
The word
A
is little
vitality
bit
saving
dizzy.
throw, you say?
Vitality saving throw.
Oh,
I thought you would be doing this.
Right now.
Yeah, 11.
11. Okay, you're. It's not comfortable. You don't like this. There's like the beginnings of rumblings of something unpleasant, but for now you're in control. Okay.
Jim, can you be a little bit slower, please?
So the him.
But it's a cow on a mission, okay? You don't have to take
Yeah, he's a
responsibility.
cow on a mission. Moo moo, get out the way.
Nix. What do you want to do? At the start, you have 3 rounds left. This is the start of the third. After 3 rounds left. It's hogtied. The pants are down. You have the satchel. You have the coin. You have the knife. You don't find anything on and like the time you had to just quickly rifle through anything that is of like anything in writing.
I will like make sure like everything is fine. Like he seems incapacitated, like and like restrained thoroughly, and I will maybe undo that like pants thing, like pull his pants up a little bit because it looks a little weird now. And go through the satchel. I'll just stand there over him, like almost like with my foot on him, and go through the bag. Yeah, R.
Okay,
Go
you
through the bag
spend
more.
the whole round doing that. You do find yourself a trickster's pack.
Trickster's pack, you say? How tricky?
Yes.
How tricky is the pack?
Crowbar, grappling hook, closing. One Russian hook, rope, closing. Okay. But that's pretty much what was already seen, but seeing like it's got a
You
worse
get like
than
like a
crowbar. Okay, I will make sure that is in Nix's inventory. At least he's gonna hold on to it for the time being.
Jukos and Amartia.
Yeah.
Do you?
We just see like high grass right now, right?
Yeah, and a bunch of Bastani, like kind of drugged or drunk, like walking through it, like one.
But it's very obviously in a circle.
Like, who has done this wondrous trick? 2 people kind of run into it, and then they together fall and roll into the grass to start doing things.
Yeah. But it's very obviously in a circle, right? Because it's got like a crescent.
Yeah. The edge of it is very circular,
Then
perfectly circular.
towards the center we go.
He's barreling through, not caring about how Valmardia she's feeling right now.
I mean, he'll have like slightly changed how he's holding her,
Okay.
so she's not just like that. Maybe even just like quickly pop her like up on his shoulders, basically, and holding onto his horns.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
like-
that's nice.
Yeah.
That's better.
Yeah, that's like it's
you
very
probably-
stable actually.
You'll probably hear him attack. Yes, I finally have you, a Minotaur mount.
He will just like give a little sort of shake of his head, which will cause Hamatia to almost fall off because she's getting pushed off by the horns. But he'll go in. Yes.
Yeah? Okay, you may run your 12 meters.
Can we go between the tents over here?
Yes, you can squeeze.
So direct. I see roughly where I can go, which is just like right here. Yeah.
Yes.
Hamatia, get over here.
I will bring him on. Yeah. Here you go. And over the grass, you can see Nyx at the end of your turn here, like rifling through a satchel, and his foot is onto something which you cannot see, but the grass is very indented over there, and there's something there. Question is what?
And he's blue.
And he's blue. Yeah, it's Nyx, but he's blue. What the fuck? Is this Nyx?
What is
I
wrong
mean-
with you? Why are you blue?
This is kind of purplish anyway, so it's like
Yeah, but now he's
isn't
like
Jip
blue.
colorblind. Like, Nyx will like look very concerned as he sees Jivkos finally, and say, he would just like use his turn to shout, "There's an assassin here!"
He'll just whip around, nearly knocking Hamatia off.
Like turn on your heel.
Yeah.
Kind of deal. Okay. I think with the hog tying here, this is unnecessary. There's still like 12 seconds about until he wakes up. But you did a very good job, and considering that you have some experience with this. It's a-okay.
It's A-okay.
Okay, yeah. You see each other. Jibkas, you hear Nix scream that there's an assassin here.
Why are you blue?
It's part of what happened.
Where's the assassin?
I've got him right here, but he's about to wake up.
And I'll just sort of saunter on over.
Yeah, for sure.
With Amarty's still on his head.
Yeah.
On his shoulders.
Here we go.
This guy, he works for Strad, for sure. We've seen him a couple of times, and he's always been spying. And I was just out here trying to relieve myself, and out of nowhere comes out with this wicked Vestanicus, and it fails, and I loop it back on him because I'm awesome. But still, he cannot get away with this. I've got his bag here. He has a knife and some money on him, but I tried to get your attention with some sort of visual effect, and clearly it's worked. But I have no idea exactly what this guy was trying to do.
He was trying to curse you, you said.
A Vistani curse can be a fate worse than death.
Okay, should
The
we
body kind of
stop him from being able
relaxes,
to speak?
and the body kind of relaxes out of the kind of magical stiffness it has been in, and then starts wriggling a little bit, and then there's a small voice kind of pushed into the grass that says, "Well, this is awkward."
Of course,
You
is
thought you could get away with it.
going to reach into his small pack and bring out the manacles he has and fasten them on the guy's wrists.
Oh wow, even
Yeah.
more.
Okay, on top of
Tight.
it. Hey, I'm fine. It's okay. Let me move my hands like that so you don't hurt me. Yeah, it's okay. Here you go. And he kind of like helps you to put it on.
Could you, of course, then just like pick him up basically by the scruff of his neck?
Yeah, for sure. If you let Hamar the egg go, though.
Yeah, she can jump off.
Oh! I'm not able to jump. Why?
No. I want you to tell me exactly what the fuck you were thinking. Coming here and trying to curse me. Knowing full well that you would fail, of course.
It was worth a try.
Do
Why?
you work for Strad?
We know he works at Strad.
I wish to make sure.
Isn't everybody kind of work for Strad in some
Fuck no.
capacity? Okay.
Why? Why here? Why now? Who actually sent you? Was it Strad? Was it Aragal?
I think you're a bit arrogant right now. Everything doesn't revolve around you, and then I don't like your politics, and I wanted to silence you. Yes.
You wanted to silence me? Because why? You don't want me to be a part of the Vestani tribes?
Nothing like that. As I said, our politics doesn't align, and I wanted to do something about it.
Interesting. Well, now we are going to do something about the fact that you wanted to do something about it. I have here a friend. A very strong friend.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mind getting his hooves dirty.
I see. Really, that's okay. You think that there is a bigger story here, but there isn't. I don't know what hurting me will accomplish, but
Do you not have some kind of system to deal with people who attempt to do things like this? He'll say, just looking at Nix.
Nix will think, I suppose, because we haven't actually gone over what are the punishments of Vistani tribes if they're
That's
caught
true,
trying
that's
to
true.
curse another.
I mean, most of course another. Yeah, it depends upon if it's kind of usually about whose narrative is the better, because if you have, it's not necessarily the act of cursing that is bad, because if you have a really bad villain and then you have a Vistani who kind of steps in as a hero and do like a really curse and kind of resolve the situation and everybody was happy, you know, some vigilante shit, it would be okay, right? Because it would be good for the community as a whole, right? But if there's like violence between two different people that is unjust in some kind of way, usually it would be like work, punishment of work, like shoveling shit and you know, doing the hard stuff and not getting to enjoy wine or good food, basically community service, that kind of thing. And the worst things a persona can do that really, really hurts the community or a roost, those things leads to being exiled. And that is the worst thing that could ever happen to a persona, is to be removed from the family.
But that would require finding out like whose family Radu really belongs to, convincing them that he tried to assassinate me, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. There's a little bit of word against word here, because there weren't really any witnesses. Nothing happened. You could have just met by chance, and you could have just accused Rado of doing something he can then claim he never did. It's a little bit muddy, for sure. But
I'm
taking
gonna-
his shit, I mean, is probably pretty safe.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the sum up. Nix is gonna look at Hamartia and Jivkos. And look, I know what this guy tried to do, but obviously it failed. Me just shouting about the fact that this guy tried to assassinate me, making me look the way I do. I mean, it's going to take a lot of words, and maybe then, even then, I may not convince someone, but we know that this guy works directly with Strad. And if we know if Aragal works directly with Strad, then they may be in cahoots. But the fact is that he was sent here, or he came here by himself. It doesn't make any difference one way or another. And the fact remains that this guy will continue to hound us. And the best thing for it is to make sure that he cannot going forward.
Do you want me to cut out his tongue? I can cut out his tongue if you wish to. It could be really funny.
Nick looks at Hamartia and says, like, I can't really let you, or not let you, I can't really advocate for you to mutilate him. I can't put that on you, Hamartia.
Well, if he tried to silence you, I thought it would be a fitting punishment to silence him. Or something.
Oh, right, she's drunk.
Yes, sorry.
She kind of
I
smirks
should
at
have
you.
specified before.
Also, the
She's
grass
very
You
drops.
can go and you.
The grass drops, and there's two Vistani kind of laying on each other there. Doing things, and they kind of like immediately pike up and like, oh shit! And then they run away.
I would have thought that Vistani would just keep on going.
Honestly,
Oh, well, they were
Let's-
realistic.
Jivkos,
I
pick him up.
didn't
Take him.
mean to.
We need to
I
have a
didn't
little
mean
bit more.
permanently. I just wanted.
permanent.
I was going to give it back. You know,
It's tongue.
not permanent.
It's not ours to decide the punishment, I believe. But
The
what
way
was
it works
it?
in the Vestani, there's no evidence, one way or another, to prove that this guy was doing what he did. There's a question here of, should we ensure that he is no longer going to become an issue by taking care of him here and now? Or do we let him go and allow him to try again in the future?
It was yours that he threatened. So it is yours that we need to decide for that, I'd say.
Do you remember what he tried to curse me with?
Yeah, he said basically word for word, let your tongue rust and rot. And the to make it clear, the effect would have been a disadvantage on manipulation checks.
Oh, that is...
I think the thing to deal with here is the fact that if we enact our own punishment on him, and let's say we take his tongue, like he wanted to take mine, will he just run to someone whining and complaining like a child?
I mean, I've seen now that this really has no chance in succeeding, and this is very awkward for me. I think I'm just gonna leave.
That's going to be pretty difficult given that you are completely tied up and suppressed by my friend here.
He's off the ground, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, he just held
Yeah.
on by
Like
you.
feet dangling. Yeah.
His voice is very calm. He's acting pretty flippant with his choice of words, but his eyes are dotting back and forth, especially to Amartya.
He's
There's
like
a
slightly
widening of eyes when he heard that.
She's like swaying
Amartya
as she
just-
stands.
Amartya just gives him her dumbest smile. Like, it's not even fretting, it's just drunk and dumb.
I mean, I would promise to just leave the mists if you just let me go right now.
I guess I'm gonna have to. It doesn't sound like he's really truthful here. Just leave the mist when he's in the employ of Strahd. Whether or not he's telling the truth or lying, it doesn't make any difference.
It might be good for me anyway, because if you speak the truth and I fail here, I am not a very good tool, am I?
That's what he sees everyone as, is it not? Tools.
Still speaking
What if we just-
hypotheticals, usually.
Nix just like puts his hand on his hip and just at his hip and like looks to Jivkaz like who's holding Radu, so like looking over Radu's head, says, "What if you just break his legs?"
Listen, if still speaking in hypotheticals, this was the truth, I will be hurt by the powers that be. At this point, it's actually a good thing for me to just leave, and I will.
I do believe that Strahd would just kill him.
Yes, indeed.
And what makes you think that Strahd will let you out of the mist?
That is also true.
So it sounds to me, Radu, that you either are
Well, if I make it
fucked
quick, I might
here.
get out of here. Will you really leave me to that kind of fate? Do you have it in you?
Yes.
Oh, Radu.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to
You were ever so cavalier about trying to silence me. Clearly, you are afraid. or
Yes.
whoever sent you is afraid of me,
Can speak
of
for that.
what
I
I was
acted on my
trying
own
to do.
volition.
Can I check that?
Sure.
Is he self-convicted with empathy, composure?
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
20.
Jesus.
He definitely did not act on his own volition.
What a surprise.
Bullshit. See right through you, Radu. I
Well,
know of your exploits.
doesn't matter how skilled you are and talented, because I've seen that already. Right now, it matters what people believe. Are you gonna hurt me? On the eve before the final debate, where you vie to protect all Vistana.
Protect, yes. But clearly you are not looking to ensure that happens. Otherwise, why would you be sent to take me out? Personally, I am not so naive to think that in a political race, collateral damage does not happen. Case in point, you being here, Suradu. I am more than happy to leave you to my friends here, and that one, pointing at Matia, is a little bit intoxicated and very, very well adept with a blade. You have one chance here, Radu, before I leave your fate in the hands of my friends. Come clean now. Or suffer what they feel like doing. Next, we'll use the ring of angry intimidation.
Angry. The blue anger.
Anger mode activate.
His
Radu-
eyes glow bright
Rather
red.
sighs and looks rather tired or exhausted instead. Okay, well, let me make this situation more clear for you and describe again why it's better to just let me go and just let me leave. Because hypothetically, as I said, if I was sent by somebody, this was a very clumsy attempt that I would certainly had protested against, saying more planning was required and more resources used, considering the tall tales being told about a certain person as of late. You know, roll the die better. I mean, if you're gonna roll the die, weigh it. And so, clearly, probably, there won't be any more attempts considering people weren't prepared for a certain somebody's insertion into Metasteppy. And considering how intelligent these people still are, considering everything and these mistakes I believe they have made, they have already detached themselves from me. And I am fact in both directions, no matter what. Failure or success.
Can I empathy that? Does he actually feel like he believes that? 15.
Yeah. It feels for you for what you're getting here. It feels pretty honest. You're not entirely sure of all the things, and he has programmed himself that he readily lies, but it seems logical what he says.
It was less about logic. It's more like, does he have that conviction?
Well, he
to, like,
certainly
is he
believes.
actually? He believes
certainly
that he's
believes
fucked
what
one
he's
way or another.
saying is logical. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't hear a reason. If you're fucked either way, you're fucked here too.
Well, I was hoping to find a merciful side, considering you could perhaps give me the best possible chance that I had to just remove myself from all of this shit. If
What incentive are you giving me? You don't offer any sort of incentive for me to take my would-be assassin's word. You're not offering the fact
well,
that you would
I
just
didn't
run
come
through the
here
mist.
to assassinate you. That's no. You're not
This
in that much trouble.
My choice of words have greater meaning than just the taking of my life. Okay? There's people here that are counting on me. And it is your life here in the balance. I am free. I am standing right here unharmed. And if you are saying that your life is fucked either way, what incentive are you giving me to care? Because I don't care right now.
Well, shit. Seems like has been used up by old Run. Well, you see, I don't like this. I am scared and worried of what you want to do to me. Okay, I understand. I had it coming. All right. But the powers that be have ways of finding out if I said something I shouldn't have said. And I have pressed the limits. I think this was fine. Going further, it would not be. And I am more terrified of them, honestly, than I am of you. So, do your worst.
So, do I get to do it now?
Well, yeah, like Nix was like, oh, poor Radu, my sweet, sweet child. It is not me you have to be afraid of. It's her. And then Nix will, like, walk back to to the camp, to the party.
I mean, you are pretty terrifying, little disguising you, but still, you're probably better.
Divkos just looks a little confused at what he's supposed to do, just holding Radu.
I mean, cross my heart, on my... I can't really say on my mother's memory, but on my pride, I will leave. If you just let me go, you will never see me again. Either I get captured and punished in way, way worse ways than you would be able to do, or I make out of the mist, and I will live somewhat happily.
Radu, was it? Yes?
Yes.
Do you know what I am? And Hamatia will turn to her true form because she was the playwright until now.
I've been informed, yes.
So, do you know what my sisters used to do? To people they captured. See, I had a sister once. Her name was Ophalia. And she really, really liked insects. You know, creepy crawlies, spiders, lots of spiders. And she found out something. She found out that a very good fertilizer and a very good place to make an ant farm out of is a living being. And she found out that the body of said living
Okay.
alive,
Okay. Just repeat your last sentence.
and if you just keep the body alive, it can become quite a great colony of ants. Do you want to become an ant colony? Because I can make you a ant colony. I've seen my sister do it. And she's going to pull out the knife. Do you want to become an ant colony?
Looks a little quite unsettled by this. He doesn't really know what he should be doing or whether he wants to.
Yeah, Roger turns like a light orange hue. Slightly pinkish. No, I do not. I don't want to find out. I just want to leave. Please? I think I've heard you're a knight, right? And he kind of like turns to you who's holding him up. I am giving you a promise upon my honor here. I will not, I cannot say anything, truly. Nothing will come of this other than my pain. Do you really want to torture me?
I'm gonna take a good look at the guy. I'm going to deduce how. I'm going to say, really? Oh, that really works. Listen, I don't really want to make you into an ant. That would be cool, you know? You're not afraid to become an ant colony, to be pissed and fed upon whilst you're alive. What are you so afraid of? Maybe we can help you. Maybe make your problem go away. Feels like you're being coerced into something you don't.
The only way that you can help me is to let me go.
Amasia, I do not think we should do such things to him. Just carrying on. What do you say?
Cookie,
Do you hear me?
is your-
Hello?
is your
Yeah,
microphone
you're,
on
like,
No!
a bit-
internet?
you're getting a bit roboty and like cutting out.
Shit. Can you hear me now?
You're better now, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
It comes
okay,
in and
so-
out.
Yeah.
And I was only playing around. I did not actually intend to turn him into an ant colony. That would be really, really not cool.
So just turn
I
back to
scream a
Radu,
lot.
yeah, and go. You can guarantee me you will leave. You will not go back to the despot on top of the hill or any other conspirators.
If it's within my power, I do swear.
And if I find out what you did, I will make you feel pain unimaginable. And I am not kidding this time.
Jifkos will take out the
Do
key to the
believe.
manacles and start unlocking them.
Maybe there is still some luck in this world left for me, huh?
Or some kindness in this valley.
Be
That seems
blessed.
to be something many have forgotten. But you must promise that you leave, and that is now. And he will then start undoing the ropes.
I will certainly give it my best shot.
And all I can do is wish you luck.
If there's anything you can believe about me, is that I do wish to survive. So, yes. Hopefully, we will never see each other again.
I hope so too. That's maybe a bad fate for either of us. And I assume it would be too bad to undo them.
I mean, you could. It just would take a while, but it's definitely doable. You just need to.
I
Or
don't.
yeah,
I don't
maybe
know. If
just
he doesn't have a
sort of
dagger. He'll
like-
just like, Amatia, may I have your dagger?
Yes, of course.
He'll
And
just-
drop it.
Yeah, he'll use that to undo like the main knots instead of uncutting them. So this rope's still usable, just shorter.
Okay, alright.
Yeah.
Change the. Basically, instead of 10 meters hemp rope, you have 5 and 5.
For Nyx, yeah.
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 Okay. Radu kind of pats himself. You know, I had some rations and a water skin and some important items that could probably help me.
Nick's has those now.
Yeah, I know.
Amatia, may you please go retrieve something so he does not at least just die in the woods.
Yeah. That would be really, really kind.
Is Amatia gonna go and get him, or is
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
okay?
Alright,
Yeah,
okay,
Jivkos is gonna stay there, just sort of
Yeah.
watching him.
I'm gonna extradite you to make this process easier. You get back to
Yeah.
the swing of it. To Nyx. What is Nyx doing? By the campfire.
I mean, he's slightly more blue. Dabba dee dabba da. And
Quite blue.
he's trying to like rub the blue off his hands, I suppose, and he's like, I imagine like Illyria looks at him occasionally, like squinted eyes, and he gives her a smile.
Yeah.
He's thinking mostly, looking into the fire. Very pensive look on his face, and he's trying to deal with the situation that just happened and process it.
Alright, Harmonia. You walk up to Nyx's blue back. What do you want to do?
I'm on the shoulder. I think by this point I'm a little bit less drunk. Hey,
Is it done?
he didn't really budge. No, I gave him the ant colony treatment, and he didn't seem to really budge. So, yeah, I don't really want.
What?
I
Cookie?
don't really want to.
Cookie?
Cookie? Are you there?
Hello, Cookie.
Cookie,
Cookie, cookie,
sweetie.
cookie, cookie.
Cookie monster.
Hello? Hello?
Yay!
Oh, yeah.
wow.
Man,
Hey.
I need a new
What's up with your
mic. Holy
mic?
shit.
I thought you had a good
Yeah.
mic.
Yeah.
It
But
is a
you're a
good
good
mic,
mic.
but I don't have the stand yet, so I have to hold it like I'm
Well, that's
like
fucking
I'm a
awful.
host of a yeah.
show?
So
Hey guys, welcome to my podcast.
Yeah.
yeah. So
I gave him the
I
ant
said,
colony treatment, but I don't really
And
want
he
to.
didn't seem to budge. Yes, and I don't really want to, make him an ant colony. That would be too much. You know what I mean?
I was expecting you to enact your own sense of justice here. I was expecting
I-
more, maybe a crippling or a severing or a losing of something.
You know what was out here before, Galvin? I would have probably done it, and I would have probably enjoyed it. But I don't really want to do these things anymore. You know, it's like, I don't want to be like my sister, so lame and evil. And I don't want to be lame and evil. I want to be good and cool, you know?
Nick's like pinches the bridge of his nose as like he says to himself, so it comes down to me again to be the bad guy.
You didn't have to be a bad guy, you know? You can just be nice. I mean, he really is afraid of something, and I don't think physical torture will help.
So what happened? You just let him go?
we'll probably let him go. I think we don't have anything to do with him. We can probably give him a swift end if you'd like.
My concern is that he tried once, he'll try again, and he's clearly under the employ of someone else, and he is a tool, right? But tools can be reused. Just because he failed once doesn't mean that he won't try again.
Maybe he's a tool to someone, but I don't think we should judge him as a tool. I think we should, if we can maybe, I don't know, use him as an informant or something, that would be great. But I just don't see any point in torturing someone who's already mortally afraid of something. It's not like we have to give him something more to be afraid of, because it seems like he is not intimidated by physical pain at all, which is to say that they have some leverage on him beyond that.
Don't you worry about me? Don't you worry
I
about
do.
the fact that, like, he attempted to disrupt, and he cast that curse on my tongue, so I couldn't be able to properly speak. Right now, that is devastating if that went through. And you don't think that the chance that he does it again in 2 hours after we leave him is not a problem?
I think we should just, probably. Okay. I don't think we should kill him, but maybe just dispose of him momentarily. We can probably just, keep him tied up in somewhere and check on him once every few hours. Just, it is a threat, yes, but he didn't act to kill you. He acted to disrupt you, and he was being a very, very unethical man. But I don't believe the judgment should be death or physical pain. I think we should just apprehend him for now.
Fine. Then keep him bound, tie him somewhere that is away from the camp, and gag him. And we'll come back to this later. Let's remove him from the problem, or the possibility of potentially impacting the debate tomorrow. And at least then, I don't have to worry. And I guess his job is to try and prevent me. So if that is no longer possible, or it's already happened, then that's a different thing.
I see. Well, I can do this.
Because you have been staring at Radu for a couple of seconds now, and there's been this awkward silence between the two, and he's kind of been like keeping a rock around with his foot, kind of like staying put, not attempting to leave. But as the seconds kind of trick by, a second becomes a minute becomes 2 minutes. Listen, it seems like whatever conversation is going on there about my stuff isn't going that well. Maybe it has a monetary kind of bomb for you guys. I think I'm just going to leave as it is, if that's alright.
I am unsure if I should let you, but
I mean, take my money, take my stuff. I have skills. I can make it. It would have been nice, but I get it. Something I can give to you, I guess, for the faux pas.
I would give you a lantern, but I have already given that away. But
I
just
in the dark. It's okay.
do not return, though, and we shall keep an eye on you. I, myself, as a member of what I am able to keep supernatural track on anyone I wish, so if I am to find that you have once again not abided by what we have set out, then things will have to happen.
Gotcha. Yeah, right? Yeah, no, I don't want things to happen, so it's okay.
All right.
I do believe you. Sorry about everything. I hope you guys have a good evening. And he kind of like backs away with his hands up, you know, a couple of steps. And then he turns and he briskly walks away.
He'll just be keeping his eye on him for as long as he can.
He disappears in between the trees. Cookie, you back? No. Okay, then next you let Cookie
Well,
go.
his mic,
Yeah?
he was flashing, but he can't hear you, Cookie.
Yeah, he won't be able to be 2 minutes. I think he's caring for
Oh.
his GF.
Fair enough.
Oh, really? Okay. Oh, you posted in the channel.
Will you go or just let Hamartia go back?
Well, it was to tell Hamatia to tie him up.
Yeah.
I mean, that might just happen when Jivkos like comes back through, because he'll just be there until he can't see him and then come back.
Let us do like this. Jivkas at that point, when you start talking about, comes back and comes back to the campfire.
Nix is like a little bit confused, like, Jivkos, what are you doing? Where is Ratu?
I have gone upon my own judgment and let him go.
Why? Why would you do such a thing?
Because I believed him.
He's a liar. I caught him in lies. It's his whole thing. We have to go after him. We have to restrain him until after the debate.
I'm unsure if we will be able to catch him.
Fuck's sake. What? Nix like puts his head in his hand.
I am not an executioner.
His
I am
blue
not.
hands.
It is not upon me to dole out punishment to anyone.
Nix looks at Jivkos up and down and says, there are things in this world that we have to do that nobody wants to do, Jivkos. If you can't do it, why are you here? How can you help people if you don't do the things that people don't want to do?
You think I have not done those things?
No, I know
At
you've
this
done those
instance,
things.
No.
No, you've never done anything bad.
Really?
What was that?
Really?
Never.
Then clearly you do not know your ally as well as you think you do.
Well, clearly not. But if I'm going to, rely on you, and clearly this... Fucking hell. And Nix is gonna go off in a huff, like, stomping away. He can't handle this shit.
Yeah, kind of sense like worried glances in between the heads of tieflings, so she's kind of like stuck in the middle of. As you go.
Here.
Jivkos just gives slightly like an irritated like huff and sits down, but doesn't seem too bad.
Lyria, in the end, kind of like pushes away. Like, sorry, sorry. I no, please. I will come back. Please, I just need. Chicos, what just happened?
To put it as plain as it can be, without sort of, they'll try to do this without making it like aware to absolutely everyone who's standing around. 'Cause I think that's
Like
not what he wants to do.
very silently.
Yeah. another Vistani attempted to curse Nyx and silence him, but he was unsuccessful. And then Nyx attempted to leave it to us to sort out, and thought that it would be best to name something to him. But I believed that it was not needed, nor a good action, to just kill or hurt when he is a disarmed man.
Difficult.
The man, from what I could tell, spoke true of leaving and, well, more scared of the people who caused him to do such a thing than of us. Hurting him would do no good, as I believe if he is caught, he will be done something much worse.
Well, if you believed him, I don't want to hurt anybody, so let's believe that it will turn out okay.
I do hope. But I know that I may be gullible and too trustworthy at times, but Nyx, I think, needs some help. He was very annoyed, quite obviously, at letting somebody attempt on his life go.
Yeah, he means well. He's willing to do a lot of things to protect those he loves.
I understand his wish. In fact, I'm unsure if I would let him, but I am not somebody. I am not an executioner. I'm a fighter and a knight. Knights are not blind soldiers who follow orders. Nor are we ones who attempt to stoop below our own set of rules. I'm not going to execute an unarmed man. But go to Nyx, I believe.
Yeah, of course, I will. I think you did it
Hello?
in the end.
Welcome back.
Yes.
Hamartia, Nick stormed off. I'm just gonna go make sure it's okay.
Oh, why did he storm off?
Of course, turns to Hamartia.
I let him go. And Nyx, obviously, and quite understandably, is not favourable towards that outcome. But I cannot hold anything like that against him.
But I mean, it was bound to happen, you know. We can't really kill the guy. He's an idiot. Well, I'll let it be. I
And
handle this.
unarmed. But I think Lyria should hopefully... I'm unsure. It is not the kind of thing that I am great at. I am much better at normal conversations.
Hopefully, sets him straight.
Mhm.
Nix, are you out there? Can we talk?
I'm here. Sure.
Oh, there you are. I can leave you alone if that's what you want.
Nyx has an expression on his face that he looks like almost hopeless. And he's like sort of leaning against the rock there. And he says to Lyria, I don't know if I can do this.
Well, seeing as you blew and not entirely yourself, I mean, a lot of power lies in your purpleness, so maybe not.
Not in the mood for jokes, Illyria.
Sorry.
Someone tried to harm me just now. Failed. But did it because I was getting involved in the political process here. I thought I would be the best candidate here, that I could do some good, that I could show these people that the wool has been pulled over their eyes for centuries, that maybe they could be free and not follow a tyrant. And I could be that person to show them. And this guy just says that he's doing it by himself, but that's clearly not the case. He's clearly been sent to harm me like an assassin would. And I left Jivkors and Hamatia to take care of it. Because I didn't have the heart to do it at that time. I promised you that I wouldn't go down that path again. But I feel so torn, Illyria. I feel so angry. I want to help. How can I be that person that wants to protect everyone when I can't make the hard decisions to take care of the issues? When someone tries to harm me for the sake of the future of my people and we do nothing, we let him go. How can I even trust that the very people that are around me care for my future? How can I be the person that the Vistani need if I can't be strong enough?
Lyria sings for a while. She kind of sits down in the grass, cross-legged, scratches her arm, looks around a little bit. Squints a little bit at you, looking at you from different angles. I mean, don't you think that doing this selfless thing in this situation and letting him go for his sake, not yours, was the strongest thing you could have done? If that's not strength, I don't know what strength is.
It was Radu. We've met Radu. He is a stooge. He's a tool for anyone that will use him. And I have the worst feeling that we will not see the end of him before I get up on that stage. I'm fearful, Lyria. I'm fearful that I am putting myself as a target. And I'm afraid that the people that are near and dear to us don't recognize the critical nature of what that means. Cookie, you there? Mute yourself!
Ah, I see. Let's see. To do like that instead. There you go.
Now you server muted him.
Yeah. I know. There you go. We could just hear from your background cooking. Something in the background. I mean, you're so good at this in comparison to what you're up against. If you just would have more time, you would be winning by a landslide, Nyx. They should be afraid of you. And if they want to win so badly, I mean, I would have been angry if they didn't try to play dirty with me, if I was as skilled as you were.
I can't help but be afraid, Illyria. As we get closer to a debate, I may not win. Like you say, I've not had the time that Alagal has had, or the elders have had, or Luvash has had. They've been around the Vestani. I even have words and the promise that is only backed up by some actions that I performed whilst we have been together. But if I win, I will be continuously a target. I need to feel safe, if that is going to be the case. I have no doubt that Tamartia and Jivkos will protect me, but only when it comes to something physical that they can see in front of them. And not the ambiguous, smoky kinds of danger. I need help. I truly do not know who to talk to here.
Well, then you should have given the escort mission to Saban when he offered, when we were back here. 2 months
It
ago.
doesn't help me.
I
I
know.
didn't expect to come here. I didn't expect for Madame Eva's prophecy to weave its magic and
You can
direct
leave.
us here.
You can leave.
I can't leave now.
You
I made
can.
the decision.
If you go and promise to Strahd that you will take the letter, deliver it again to the Copperbeards, give the honor of protecting me to Saban, and profess that whatever you're feeling for me has died, and Strahd has to go ahead to, do whatever, I'm pretty sure you will be able to leave.
You know I can't do that. I made a promise to you. Promise that I will not break. Just like I made a promise to these people.
Then you're
I
going
may
to
be
be
a
in
fuck up.
danger.
Yes. Now what can I do about that?
I mean, getting the Vistani, leadership, whatever that may entail or look like, will protect you in the end. But will protect us. There's another piece on this frustrating chessboard that we will be able to take from him. And did you assume that they were not gonna try to claim this chess piece in whatever capacity they could? This is the same as fighting Wintersplinter or navigating Castle Ravenloft.
Yes.
Shit's
It
scary.
is as dangerous.
It's very dangerous. But she grasps your hand. But we're doing it for us, for them.
Nyx takes a deep breath and sighs it out. Thank you.
I don't know. I felt like I could have done that better. That was very awkward. But okay, that's good.
Let's go back.
Please save me from the crowd. Can we like turn in or something? I can't talk more about you. No offense.
Let's do that. I need to make less of an appearance now that somehow I have turned blue.
I mean, I'm not saying I don't dislike it, but what are we gonna do about it?
If someone asks, say that last night someone tried to poison me or something like that. There was an attempt on my life.
Play the magic card. I see. We can do that.
People will understand.
Okay. Alright. Then come on. It's stuck in. And she doesn't let go of your hand.
I go with her.
No.
No.
You disappear into a wagon, you sleep, you have a cozy little time healing hearts and awareness. How about you, Jukos? Anything you like to do? As the party is still in full swing, Irius is enjoying himself. He's having a small lecture in front of a small crowd that is Vistana that are sitting around him, and he's talking about arcane circles and Coptic words, and yeah, it's like math. Frustrating.
Yeah. Algebra.
Math. It's some algebra all over again.
Graphs, pie charts.
No!
Oh,
Check out this Venn diagram.
He's back to school.
look at this photograph.
Look at this graph.
Yeah.
Chief Gus will be quite a lot more alert than he was earlier, thanks to this whole ordeal. But he's just going to sort of sit around watching and just enjoying the atmosphere, quotation marks, but more keeping an eye. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just
Bit more vigilant,
watching
yeah.
over Illyrian and Nyx's sleeping arrangements and just enjoying the vibe and the energy of it all.
Yeah.
Amadia seems a little bit less drunk.
Mm-hmm.
I think as time passes by.
Mm-hmm.
And she seems sort of angry.
Angie. Mm-hmm.
Not really angry, but more concerned.
Okay. Yeah, deep in thought.
Yeah.
Jivkos will sort of just turn to look over his shoulder and then fully sort of half turn his body. He's all fine, Amadia.
I hope to say yes, but the answer is probably no.
He just sort of gives her sort of just the look, lowering his face slightly and just looking more with her with his eyes, just sort of expectantly.
Did we do the right thing? Do you think?
By not killing a man,
Yes.
I do.
Good.
I know that. I do not think it was right to take a life there.
I agree with you, but you know what is wrong? And he did come off as a giant threat, this person.
I find that if you are going to say that he did, a large portion of the Vistani do, but that is thanks to a different upbringing and nature and environment. I think he was genuinely scared, and I will say you did also scare me quite a lot with the ant colony thing.
Oh,
Yeah,
I apologize.
do not worry. I'm more happy that the people who invented, discovered such things are now in the ground where the ants are having a greater time.
Yes, and I do intend to not become one of them. And that means no ant colonizing bodies.
Well, you may always make a small ant colony outside of a person and in the ground.
Hopefully, yes. Thank you, Chief Cos. Being pressed to do these things, I don't enjoy it at all.
Of course. Are you
Well,
going to indulge further?
I think I've had enough for today. I am looking to get at Nick's, though. He's been quite a prick as well.
Leave that for the morning. I think he is having a rather good sleep.
Yeah, I concur. Yes. I think I'll go to sleep as well, It's been a night.
I think that would be best, but do rehydrate, please.
It's a good idea, yes.
Good night.
Good night, friend.
That's so cute.
Dehydrate chat.
Dehydrated guys.
All
Especially if you're out
and,
drunk.
speaking about staying hydrated, let's go for a short break.
Yeah, more alcohol.
All right. Refill your real drinks, and come back ready and able for hopefully 2 hours more of roleplay.
Yeah, I'm all down with
Heck
that.
yeah.
I'm gonna pop off real quick. Be all right.
Yum 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 yum. Thank you for saying that, Hemo. I hope it's better now. I'm gonna try to speak more into the microphone. Thank you for telling me. Yeah, and Cookie, we just heard some things in the background. So
Yeah, that's probably the TV my wife is watching, so I switched to push it on. It's fine. That's what I
Okay.
thought.
Nice, perfect. Thank you so much. I am gonna be right back. I'm just gonna go and get myself another drink. Be right back. I'm back. You back, Boo?
I'm back.
Nice.
And I'm going to open myself up a drink.
Oh, can you do it? Can you crack open a cold one?
I would. I opening a bottle, so it won't
Okay.
crack. I've just.
Okay.
Sorry. I could open a. Give me. I could open a.
No. It's okay. You don't have to. No.
A can of something I picked up from a shop like a bit ago. It's a Four Loko.
Oh.
I've never had one of these before. It's a tropical flavor. It's got vodka in it. It's
Ooh.
a 440ml can, and it's got it's 8%. So it's got 4 units in it.
Damn.
Yeah.
Let me hear that.
So let's see if I can get this. There we go.
Oh yeah. Something in my soul. Just rejoiced.
The crack.
Yeah. Nice. Hope it tastes
I
good.
hope this will taste good.
Yeah. Give us a review.
It tastes like one of the really shitty cocktails you'd get at a club for like £5.
Okay.
So it tastes like alcohol and a bit of fruit.
All right. Okay. Could
But
be worse.
it's drinkable, so I will be
you go.
drinking it.
There you go.
And progressively becoming more and more like Drunk Amatia.
Cookie, you back?
I'm back.
Nix is back. Nice. Adrian's back. Sorry. Words, names. What do they mean?
Names are hard.
But Cookie, you're not back. Okay.
Cookie Wookie.
Cookie, Wookie.
Where'd you go, Cookie?
Cookie Wookie. Cookie Basta.
That was fun for me. I gotta say.
That was very fun. I really enjoyed that. A little bit of conflict, quotation marks, when it wasn't really that conflict. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like struggling with the whole sort of like Nick's side of like turning a new leaf and not being the bad guy, but it was so. I almost said like I'm just gonna go back. I'm gonna stick the wand of wonders in his mouth and say, "Do you feel lucky, punk?"
You feeling lucky, punk? God. Oh,
I'm back.
I'm
back.
I was kind of be like,
Nice.
So as I said, I'm on push to talk, so I may sometimes fuck it up, but
oh, that's fine.
No,
Don't
we
worry.
appreciate that you did that. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you.
oh, it's
very
the
much.
first. It's nothing. Don't worry. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry.
I'm worried about it. I'm Canadian. I worry about everything.
All right, let's continue. We have a lot to catch up on. Let's do it. The world you wake up to is quiet for once. Gone is the steady pitter-patter rhythm of raindrops impacting cloth, leaf in hand, replaced by calm and fluffy grey skies. The Vistani are certainly night owls, but today it's more dramatic than usual. There's almost no activity at all until noon about, if that. Even the wind is non-existent, letting all the smells of the Vistani camp, the elder green forest, and the incense of Madame Eva's soon-to-be pyre mix and simmer heavy in the air. It feels like the world accompanies the Vistani in a held breath of trepidation for what this day will bring. The question is it sorrow for the funeral, or worry for the debate scheduled to be held afterwards. One thing is sure, the future destiny of the Vistani will be shaped today. So, is there anything you want to do whilst the camp still sleeps and rests, or do you wish to sleep in as well, or otherwise enjoy this free time?
Has Nyx recovered from his
Yes,
exhaustion?
completely exhaustion free.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you wanna. So you did something
Wow.
else.
I wouldn't call that exhausting, but business as usual.
Business is business. Business is good.
Oh my.
Oh, man.
I think Nyx is more like focused on making sure. Well, first, is he still blue?
You haven't rolled how long that would go for, yeah.
Yeah,
It's a
let's roll for
D10
that.
for
So-
days.
Oh yeah, roll.
Ah.
If
If
it's
it
a
was
one,
one,
if it's a one, I will allow you to not be blue before the funeral.
Nearly max 9 days. All right, we got to keep track of that.
Write it up somewhere, maybe in the party.
Nyx just has to get really angry and he starts turning back purple. So easy.
Easy.
Just has to be flustered the whole time and he's back to normal.
Do you guys have another vial of pond water?
I think
That's a good question.
just
You're asking the wrong person here.
Indeed.
I was not here for that.
If you
Pond
do,
water.
that will solve it.
so. Nyx did give the last vial of pond water to Illyria
Oh,
when we were in Hamatia's home. I
gotcha.
do not believe she used it though. I can't think of any
No.
reason why she would have used it because she
No.
didn't use it on the kids, so she
Yeah,
must
no.
still have it,
Yeah.
and that would be the final vial.
She would offer it to you if you would want to get rid of it.
I would gladly get rid of it.
She's like, we need you.
I'm just stand up in front of all of these people. I'm like, what's
We
going
need
on?
you purpleness to be extra strong
It's
today.
glorious.
Anything, yeah, they have to focus on my words, not on how my complexion.
How good your blues is. Yeah.
How long would we have before like stuff starts actually happening to chill? Because I wish to read some of the book.
Oh, yeah, because you
Rebuke.
did go to bed pretty early for the Vistani. So like before midnight. The party went on until like 3-4 a.m. in the morning for some people. So that's why they're knocked out until like noon or way beyond that. So if you wake up normally in the morning or even sleep in to like 9, then you have like 3-4 hours of like just calm.
Oh, cool.
Then he will spend either 3 or 4 hours reading the Introduction to Horsemanship.
Nice. Make a note.
This is 3 or 4. Is it 3 or 4?
Make it 4, considering you're probably
Okay.
up pretty early because.
How many do we need? I forget. 'Cause I think he told us ages ago.
Wasn't there a shit? Yeah, I forgot.
There's like
I
10 or
think-
20. I can't remember. I'm at 6 anyway, so quite a while off.
Yeah, I think I wrote up the stuff somewhere. Information about it. Well, we shall find out.
Yeah.
You're not there yet, so
Yeah.
I will make a note.
That's right.
Okay, Cookie, anything
Yes.
more do you want to do?
Hamatia is a little bit perplexed, but she's a little bit more how do you say it? Like internally thinking. But she does have a project that she wants to start working on, a new project. She's going to take her weaver's kit and she's going to start knitting matching scarves for all of the party.
Oh,
Fucking big one for Jivgos.
yeah. But it will be, a shorter one probably for Maria. So, will you make a tiny, like one thread one for So,
Of course. Of
Oh
course.
my god! Wait, shit, his soul come back because he was left in a pillow.
you know what? I have it written up here, and it was gonna happen in like 10 minutes or so. But speaking of which, now as you sit in around the campfire, kind of waking up in your own pace, like doing your own things, reading, knitting, whatever they might be, Hamardia, a tiny weight lands in your hair and proceeds to perform a triumphant victory dance among your strands.
Jennifer's soul has returned a conquering hero. I have stolen what is most precious to our enemy as he slept, none the wiser. I am the knight.
So, you dastardly dastard, where is it?
I
Show it to me.
dusted it all up in there.
And wrapped around Soul's little body is a tangled up, dangling gold earring with a drop-shaped red stone at the end, with a fine etching sprawling across its crystalline structure, and there's like a little bit of filigree of gold that kind of reaches down and goes around it somewhat.
Oh, you absolute champion of mine. You get some victory snuggles, and she's going to put him belly up. He was a good devil.
Ah, yes. Worship me.
She's going to try and take it to Nyx as fast as possible after.
Okay,
So,
speaking of which,
really rubs.
what is Nick doing this morning?
Nix is probably going over his speech, like writing it down because he needs to get it right. A lot of play on words, a lot of possible insults to Strahd and whatnot. So yeah, he's preparing for the big day.
Makes sense.
Yeah, as expected.
Okay, Hermortia comes up, excited.
Oh, Nix, I'm really mad at you right now, but I have something great to show you. But I'm really mad at you, but it's really great. So here, look. Soul found this. Going to show you the ear. Managed to lift it off from our, let's say, common foe.
Oh, an earring. Does that go with earrings?
I don't know if it was earrings, but it's one of the jewels that we managed to lift one from the boxes. You know, we spoke about evidence. We have evidence right here.
Nix will take it and I guess he's gonna have to try and identify it, I suppose. I think that's the key here. Give me a few minutes. Maybe there's some sort of connection here. And why are you mad at me? What did I do?
Don't worry about it. We'll talk about it. I'm going to start knitting again. She's going,
Right.
And you see her starting to, I guess, weaving something.
Okay, I identify.
Alright, you spend 10 minutes doing your soul mastery.
I do.
Rifling through
Wow.
your book, going through your experience of stuff, looking at the very teeny kind of etchings of arcane circles and swivels in the crystal structure of itself. You know, whoever did this was very skilled at what they were doing. And in your hand is something very similar to Illyria's necklace.
I imagine it would be like a communication device to Strahd.
It has 3 layered enchantments on it. One is a tracker enchantment, like a locate objects, but somewhat like stronger or more accurate. It's a sending stone to a particular item in Strahd's ownership. and it has a special knock enchantment that can interact with Castle Ravenloft's areas. Though this particular knock enchantment is not as powerful or complex as Illyria's necklace is.
Just key cards. Permissions.
Low-level keycard.
Yeah.
It's also got a fucking tracker.
So if Hamachi is still there.
She is still there,
By
waving.
the fire, but
Yeah.
knitting.
Jivkos is kind of just chilling reading his book. You didn't pay any attention to what the fuck just happened.
So we have a communication device that was found by Sol that could
Soul
speak
puckers his
to...
chest.
Puffs it up. That means that Aragal has a direct communication line to Strahd. And this was found in his camp.
Yes, so found it on Ariel. I sent Soul with Ariel, so I managed to
You
go with it.
left Soul in a pillow
Yes, in a very hidey place.
in Aragal's tent, and Soul has come back with this earring. So Soul hasn't said in particular where he found it, just that he did.
So, where exactly did you find this earring?
Well, they came back for the beddings after you left, and the whole tent, and they moved it to another direction. Another location, I mean. But I was smart. I was cunning. I was patiently waiting for my moment to strike. So I hid, and I ate. Very, very good quality kind of stuffing.
Did you sleep?
He came to bed quite late in the night. I think he was celebrating, perhaps too soon. And after he went to sleep, well, I crawled out of my hiding place. I was silent as the grave. And I went through his pockets, and I found something that I could carry.
Oh, nice. Good job.
Don't
Hey,
I know it?
Then, as I will continue speaking to Nix, I will belly rub Soul again. So he found it on Arigal's pocket, inside Arigal's pocket.
His pockets is precious.
What does he have in his pocketsies?
So we know now that Aragal was speaking with Strahd very recently. Okay, I mean, I'm trying to remember exactly why we need this. We kind of already knew that Aragal was talking with Strahd, but now
Yes,
we have
but we
evidence
wanted to
say that
oust
this-
him.
Right, we need to confront him.
The
Or
confrontation.
I need to bring it with me to the debates and use it as like maybe a trump card.
Yes,
Should
yes,
something
yes.
go wrong? Should I need it?
I mean, if Strahd is involved, that would be a pretty severe violation of your independence as a Vistani people to elect their own leader, would it not be? An election interfered with by outside forces, I'm saying.
Not really. Everyone knows that the Vistani take orders from Strahd, but it means that we know exactly what Aragal wants to do, and that is to keep everything the same. To basically keep the Vistani as slaves of Strahd. So that's it. I guess there's confirmation, but if that needs to be challenged for any reason, we have evidence to prove that that is the case.
Good, good. Okay. Well, I'm going to go back to weaving these lovely little scarves for you because it's getting a little bit colder.
Thank you so much.
You do in
ahead.
this time allotted. You can finish one, considering your speed and your skill. Skill. It's pretty easy to just like in one big. Like a scarf is pretty easy to do in comparison to like a sock or
Yeah.
Yeah. So you
Who
can finish one.
who seems the most like not really adapted to the cold? Would it be Illyria or would it be?
Well, Jivkos doesn't care about the cold anyway.
He physically cannot feel it.
Nick grew up here, so I think Illyria probably.
Yeah,
is the
Illyria is
first one.
probably the one that is.
I think Illyria is wrapped up warmer than Nyx, probably.
Well, we did make clothing in Kresk for cold weather.
Yeah, you did. But she would definitely like it. She has been during this morning. She's gone for a a cold lake swim, and so she does come back with like damp hair and a little bit shivery. And she kind of hovers around you, Hamartia, and expresses interest.
Yes, so Hamartia will prepare the first one for her. Hey, look, I've seen that you might be a little bit down in the cold sometimes, so I made you this. You will wrap it around your neck, and hopefully you'll
Is it for me?
Yes, it is for you. I'm making one for each of us, so...
Hamartia, that's very kind of you. Thank you. I will treasure it. Okay. Okay. As some people are starting to stir and join the waking world, just like I need coffee kind of people, there you do see some armored, like leather armored looking fellows like walking around, and eventually one comes up to this campfire, and at this time some Vistani that like Saban and Kato, Fleur, and like have like started to join the fire. Some still like dressed in their pajamas, but like just woken up around the fire with you and kind of pronouncing to the whole campfire. This particular individual proclaims that if anybody would see or hear Radu say something in Aragel's name, he was caught stealing from Aragel after a quarrel yesterday and has been released from his service and is no longer speaking for Aragel, so do not listen or do not take any stock in what Radu would say in Aragel's name, because he's dismissed from service.
So he was employed. But we need that.
And it's like a proclamation, and then they like carry on. Saying it to another campfire and so on.
That was quick.
Yeah, I knew about it yesterday. Says Fleur. It came to me.
What?
With a witness. Said that Radu has stolen from him. Strange. They've been sick like water and done that. I don't know. Guess you can't know somebody completely.
Okay, good to know.
Now where's the coffee? And she continues with her morning stuff. Okay.
Didn't feel like I should have. I tell just because given everything that happened yesterday, I want to apologize. I was angry. I'm still struggling with this balance inside of me, and honestly, I'm glad that you did what you did.
You have nothing to apologize for. Your actions were completely reasonable for what had happened. I'm sorry that that it did happen and that there was a small falling out about it, but I'm glad in the end that somebody was not ended.
I'm not sure I would have had your strength, Jivkos.
I'm not sure you are anywhere near that kind of strength. He'll just give a chuckle. What is on the agenda for today, though?
The agenda, well, sooner or later, once everyone is up and is nursing their hangovers, it's likely that we will be enjoying the funeral fest to say goodbye to Madame Iver. And hopefully that goes super straightforward and nothing crazy happens.
Mm-hmm.
And then it'll be time to debate.
Sounds like I'll be following you all day then.
As my bodyguard.
I'd hope you would see me as a little more than that.
I do. I still feel like I don't know you enough, but you're obviously more than a bodyguard, but right now that's what I need.
And then I am happy to fill the role. Oh, sir, or whatever.
Just Nix.
Thank God.
I think yes.
Thank Boris, yeah, whatever. Shit.
You're good.
Okay, then I guess, Nix will actually take the earring and put it into the haversack.
Mm-hmm.
Because it has a tracking element on it, and it'll be next to the necklace, Illyria's necklace.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Yeah. And we'll continue prepping.
Yeah. Illyria is like, do the speech to me. Do it. You go up like in a.
Do it again. Do it again.
Do it again.
Do it again. Do it again.
More passion, okay? How are you standing? Why are you standing like that?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. All right. Then let's move forward. After the zenith of the day, the camp has transformed to the complete opposite of just an hour before. A great upheaval has gone through the camp of industry and preparation. Forgoing breakfast and often opting for energetic drugs or coffee or something stronger, they begin migrating food, drinks, sitting arrangements, campfires, musical instruments, and much, much more to the thin strip of shore of Tsir Pool Lake. Almost 1,000 Vistani gather as close as they can to Madame Eva's pyre, building a great mosaic of carpets and pillows with thin walking paths in between. Here and there, their carpenter skills show as they build in record time various multi-tier platforms that hover over the ground lake with ladder or gangplank. There are multi-tiered viewing platforms that allow for audience to look down upon the crowd or a minstrel or other performer to showcase their skills from above. All of it is built on stilts, which allows for camping as well as traversing underneath these platforms as well. The largest podium is built just beside Madame Eva's pyre, which stretches out over the water like a massive stage. All of this takes the better part of 3 hours or so, and the Vistani share drinks, drugs, and food on the lighter side as they build and prep. Anything you would like to do during this time, or just watch and prepare yourself?
Nix will put on a brave face and mingle.
Help where you can and talk and just be active, social.
Yeah, social.
They're building something, right?
Everywhere. It's rudimentary. It probably wouldn't withstand the elements for too long, but he doesn't have to. This is just for today.
Jivkos will help out with that wherever he can in lifting, building, sort of.
Oh, they would love that. Somebody else doing the heavy work, lifting things that are heavy. Yeah.
Well, he doesn't get much muscular strain, so, you know.
They would be like, sure, you. Yeah, you go, lift that. And as many as possible around you would just turn into cheerleaders and actually not do any work at all.
Wonder where Nick.
Well, he could probably lift for like 6 of them anyway, so it's fine.
Do more, do heavier.
Yeah.
Do my things for me. Yeah. Alright, no, they certainly appreciate that, and you're coldful and gross. They also do appreciate Nyx doing this, but you also see Aragol, Luvash, as well as the elders do not particularly join in on the heavy grunt work, but they do organize from the sidelines, and even though they have issues, they do show experience in organizing people, as most of them are or been caravan leaders, and have a lot of experience setting up camp. Okay, all right. Anything else?
Amati, anything?
No, I think I'll just, try and be a little bit sneaky, try to watch for the sidelines, to be more of a peripheral watch for Nyx. Whilst being the amazing player.
Tiefling playwright, yeah.
Yeah. People are singing your graces.
Nice.
But they also want to come up and like talk to you about your process. Like,
Yeah,
how did you get this out of
artistic.
Nyx? How much is truth?
I will explain my methodology and
Why did you choose to cast the lead love interest as a bird?
I just thought it would be more spectacular, you know? We've seen so many people on people. Woman, what about a bird on person audience? It's such an avant-garde sort of attitude.
Yeah, some things they do fall for, some things they don't. But it is not a challenge really. It's more like curiosity to hear what you had to say and what your background is and your skills, and which roost you come from.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're
so
a good
much,
liar.
yeah.
You're a good liar.
Very good liar.
But you do, and Illyria do stay around Dix as well. She tries to show her support as much as possible. Irias kind of hovers, kind of helps Jivkos a lot, because whilst talking might not be his forte, he's happy to just pour himself into a task, and helps Irias, he helps Jivkos on the sidelines. All of you kind of working a little bit close to each other still, keeping an eye on each other. You don't want what happened yesterday to happen again, and you are hyper aware of Nyx's status. And indeed, Illyria hovers close, as a shield almost, to protect Nyx.
Nix at some point will ask Jivkos, hey, any way you can tell if that guy is nearby?
I'm still tracking a different person, but I can check tomorrow.
I see. Oh, fair enough.
It sort of stays on one if I start the day thinking of that.
Do you pay attention to that whilst you're talking about this?
He will. I'd say sort of every hourly.
Okay.
So now he'll check now because he's been reminded, but he won't have checked the day yet before. Yeah.
Strahd is within 100 meters.
Oh,
Jivkos will he'll basically his eyes, even though they are glossy, obviously the magic in them will slightly dull for a moment, and he'll look off into the distance before coming back, and he suddenly looks slightly panicked. And he will, but I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. The one who I was tracking is close.
Who are you tracking?
Count Strahd.
Nix looks to Illyria.
He will have kept this quiet, obviously.
Yeah. Illyria, immediately her good mood disappears. The light hand she has had on your bicep, Nix to just be close to you, kind of grasp it a little bit, and there's panic on her face, but then she tries to eat it up and get this light, not caring kind of smile on her face again. Oh, that's great.
Specifically within 100 meters. But that is all I can say.
Can you tell who it is?
If you mean I know it is Strahd, and he is within 100 meters, that is all I may tell. It is more of a...
Looking up and looking around, as you say this, Jivkos, all of you kind of notice a greater concentrations of tieflings gathering around 50 meters or so down the shore to the east, and it is very loud and active in that direction.
I fear he may not be that concealed. And he'll just point a clawed hand towards that. Should we?
What do we do, Illyria? This is your issue.
I don't know. We should find out what this is about, maybe?
Agreed.
Yes, let's not be cowards. Let's face it head on.
I'm unsure he can do anything right in
I'm
front.
here, so it's probably gonna be fine. Okay, I just need to be brave.
Because his hand does slightly tighten as a fist, but he lets it go. Let's go.
All right. Pushing through some of the crowd, you hear a heightened state of excitement and joy emanating from those around. Twisting past yet another tiefling, kind of pushing people to the side because you don't want to give up these spots easily. The reason for the commotion is revealed, and it is certainly a cramp in your stomach of worry that just grows and tightens. And sitting leisurely on a wooden stairs up to a small platform with a silver goblet in his hands is indeed Strahd Nazarovich. Not in disguise, just himself.
Oh shit.
Around the vampire lord, Vistani hover in his presence, refilling his glass, offering their best food, hanging onto every word that he says, and showers him in compliments and the very best of their arts. And you see Strahd for the first time dressed rather casually. Gone is the overt fineries of armor, or armor, and instead he wears simple but elegant black pants and one fine frilly white shirt, untied at neck, showing off some of the top parts of his black Frostmark tattoo and his chiseled chest. His hair is untied, hangs in loose curls. He wears no jewelry except for his signet ring, and there's no presence of a weapon or a piece of armor in sight. And seeing him so rather undressed and wearing an expression that is the most open and relaxed you've seen so far is quite jarring, actually. Nix, as you kind of push through and see this sight and get into close proximity, other emotions are had, some that you come to recognize. Like warm mulled wine, heat spreads from the pit, numbing your heart, numbing the edge of your negative emotions. And then, against your will, there's this rush of excitement and revelry that runs through you. And then, rather to your disappointment, a cool sensation rushes through your spine with hurtful clarity, painful memories that threaten to bring themselves to the forefront of your mind, whilst the heat seeks to push them away and down and into blissful ignorance again. In the end, the warmth wins by a slight margin, baited somewhat by these tendrils of cold hard truth. So it leaves you only slightly afire. You have a tendency to turn to happier thoughts, and your mood tend to go to the brighter side. But looking around at your fellow Wisani and their fervent behavior in its presence, you understand now where the joy comes from. And you're in kind also tempted to just let go. Forget and enjoy the high.
I resist. Or at least try to. Looking at the party that is around me, one at a time, knowing that this is the journey that we've been on, when we made a pact together to not give in to Strahd, no matter how good it feels. Nix resists or tries to.
Illyria is there at your side, gripping you tight.
Which of course is doing us all slightly above the crowd, just not to do anything other than death stare him.
Strahd laughs deeply at something of a sunset and leans back on one of his elbows. His gaze scans the crowd instinctively, finds yours, but it quickly jumps to hold Illyria's eyes, of course. There's a deep nod in greeting, but then surprisingly, it turns away to focus once more to what the Vistana that currently talks with him will say.
What are you feeling, Illyria?
I like that he doesn't immediately smother me. It's good to be ignored. But why is he here?
Why is he here indeed?
To show them that he cares.
Really?
A facade of that.
Are we going to speak with him?
I do not think I am able to.
What do you mean?
I do not think I would just exchange words.
I do not think that I want to interact with him, considering I'm on cover right now. I think I'll stay out of sight.
If he... Nix like bites his lip a little bit. If he stays for the debate, I have referenced him quite a few times. Given that he is the source of everyone's misery, I will chew him out rather viciously. I didn't
Good.
expect him to be here to listen to it firsthand. The words are for the Vestani people. They weren't really to make a slight on Strahd directly. But I will not change my words, even if it means that Strahd decides to kill me today. The Vestani people need to hear what they have to say.
We will not allow him to lay a finger. Do not worry.
Shit. We made a promise with Asphodel and Esmeralda in the tower. And I will stand firm with that. Can we not think about him for a second? And just go and have some fun?
Let us. But what was your promise, if I may ask? He'll say, looking sort of up. He'll finally look away, and then down to Illyria.
To not hide anymore. To not pretend something that we aren't. To stand up and oppose him.
Then I think the debate shall be the perfect place for it.
Well, whatever is going to come, we've declared open war, so let's hopefully fight this one only on the rhetoric front, yes?
Yes.
I know we're all heroes and whatever, but we still need to live if we wish to liberate Barovia. I'm just saying. A tactical retreat is not going to be... I didn't say we should back it now, but if things go to shit, we need to think of an escape plan.
Where would we go that is close to here?
Amatia, there is no escape plan this time.
So if we come to blows, we're just going to go out in a blaze of glory, that's it.
Look where we are. We are surrounded by Vestani, thousands. If it comes to blows, and I don't have the voice of the ears of the Vestani around us, they will murder us, not Strahd.
I see. Very well then.
I wish to return to the other place, not here. Then we can discuss further, perhaps.
Yeah.
I do not like his gaze.
Yeah, he's been sometimes like looking at and staring at Illyria, nobody else. And then looking
Creepy.
away, going back to Illyria. looking away.
He's creepy as fuck.
Yeah, please, can we leave?
Jivkos will purposefully move in the way that it completely breaks line of sight for him.
Irias is in the back, just shaking. I'm fine. I'm totally fine. Everything is fine. Can we? Yeah. Okay, this is what's happening. This is what we're doing. He's not fine.
He is so mentally unstable.
Really?
Really now.
You back away.
Couldn't know. Yeah, we do that.
And you find yourself in the calmest corner of all of this that you can.
That's what we do.
Anything you wish to discuss there, or just enjoy each other's presence?
I don't really have anything to add.
I believe enough Nick says suddenly.
Believe.
I believe in what we can do. I believe that we can change Barovia. These people don't know that we can. It's up to us to try and convince them that that is the case, because if we do not, it's going to be very hard. But no matter what happens, I believe in us. I need you to believe in me today.
I do.
I do.
Unfortunately enough for me, I do.
I'm not sure.
Irius
Then-
goes, yeah, whatever we're doing, I'm with you.
You just better tear him apart in that debate.
I don't think Strad will be in debate, but be Luvash, Aragal, the elders, or some sort of ambassador for the elders, and myself. We've done a great job so far, trying to convince everyone here that I'm worth their vote. But it's still down to the majority. Let's go pay respects to Eva. And maybe get a little bit of her luck. Next, I'll ferry or usher the party to the pyre.
Yeah. For some time, preparations is still going strong, but you use your time well. You do look over your shoulder a few times though during this time. Wary, but it seems like that kind of point of excitement and a gathering crowd kind of remains in its place for most of this time. Okay. In the latter half of the afternoon, the finished preparations for the funeral is heralded by a general state of inaction and further inebriation. Without any need for coordination nor communication, the almost 1,000 Rastani strong crowd close in around the pyramid of wood. Like a wall of flesh, they scramble to see and be near to the fire, utilizing every wooden platform around, and some even climbing up and hanging onto the stilt-like legs of the structures to get a better view. Here we go. For the Vistani, it becomes rather quiet. And within the crowd, there's many a teary eye and sob being shared and echoing across the still lake surface. Nyx is very well aware that the closest to the one deceased get the honor of starting the fire of the funeral pyre. And for Madame Eva, about 10 or so people have the courage to claim that title and gather around an iron brazier with several wooden torches sticking out of it. All of their faces you've seen before, but to different extents would know. Fleur is among them, as are 3 members that sit on the self-proclaimed Council of Elders, but not Ian nor Dorina. the other faces that you've seen come and go to Eva's campfire, characters and leaders of caravans, namely, and often well beyond the prime of their life. It would be politically advantageous for Luvash and Aragol to step forward here and lit the pyramid-like bonfire with the rest, but neither of them do, having enough respect for the sacred tradition than to break it for their own gain. The last person, Nick's not included, who feel confident enough to be counted among Eva's closest, is Strahd, who steps into the circle around the brazier with solemnity but assertion. He offers a quiet word or two with some of the Vistani gathered there, including the members of the council, and even pats the one closest to him on the shoulder in encouragement. Their sad faces twist to include some gratitude towards him, and backs straighten with more courage in the face of this task. Hicks, you stand among your companions who have been graciously received first seat access to the spire, probably because of Valyria. What would you like to do?
What I like to do, what I want to do is something I shouldn't do. Nix will also respect the process, but he's a little shocked at Strahd being there. And he was standing. He'll get moved to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Strahd, facing the pyre.
Okay.
And he will whisper.
Mm-hmm.
What gives you the right to be here?
You have no idea. In the end... Oh, sorry, continue. Sorry. Didn't know if you were finished yet. Carry on.
No, I know of your past with Eva. I know of the stories of you and your brother. I know what you did in the Amber Temple. I know a great deal, my count. And I also know the heart of Madame Eva. And if she was still be here, she would ask you to leave politely. And so I ask you this, my count. I ask you to leave. Put down that torch and go.
Eva is not herself at this moment. And I've known her for centuries. Your time with her is minuscule in comparison. I think I know my companion better than you do. Make me.
Nyx tightens his grip on the torch that he's holding. Release her, I ask you.
I'm
With all the
protecting her
suffering.
from hurting people she loves. I'm working on a solution. I do not wish to have her. in this state. Of course not. But there's a song and dance. And this is our cue. So pay your respects, boy.
Nyx like gives him like this venomous side eye. I'm going to free her. And then, holding the torch, steps forward towards the pyre.
As the rest of those gathered do, to this unseen but felt beat. Listening to the crying and the wailing of the crowd, some gathered here joining them in on these open tears and open sobs. You lift the torches high, spread out around it in equal distance to each other. And there's this pause. Just listening to it all. But then together, you place your torches into the pyre. It takes time until it's properly set ablaze due to how much it has been raining. And for a while, it only sputters and oozes smoke. But the flame does take hold. As the pyramid begins to be engulfed in heat, light, flame, those gathered begin to take a step forward, and one after the other, they offer words of farewell and something personal to the pyre. One shares a brightly woven and beautiful cloth, another story about a quiet moment in their youth where Madame Eva had offered them a reading and wisdom that changed their life for the better, another piece of jewelry from their hair that they claimed were the most expensive one and their favorite, and yet another who sings a ballad of their own making to honor Eva's passing. Strahd steps forward with a rolled up piece of parchment held together by a crimson silk ribbon. He speaks. For centuries, you've had a special place in my heart. Even though we've had our share of strife in our relationship these last 100 years or so, because of the misery we found ourselves in, I've always been proud to call you sister and sibling, perhaps even more so than I would offer my late blood brother. It was an honor to help you cultivate your powers and providence and see it bloom with my and Kazan's aid, and you became singular in thine gift. I was proud to fight by your side, and truthfully, your unparalleled sight was crucial in my triumph over my enemies in those mountains. Because of you, I tasted the sweet victory and my righteous revenge in her royal blood. Your invaluable aid, given so selflessly to me, didn't begin there. Nay, it began when you saved my life that night, when I had to retreat from my pursuers, weakened and weary. You were the loudest and most ardent voice in favor of cloaking me from danger and revitalizing me to my former glory. And I believe that I have repaid your loyalty again and again by protecting your family. I hope you bless your people with your wisdom, Eva, so they may continue to walk in your path and earn my charity. Nevertheless, though I know I will never possess the joy of your gift and illuminating counsel again, I take courage in that you'll never stray far from me, as you'll always be close and remain safe within.
He
Strahd,
is such a dickhead.
places a hand over his heart and throws the rolled up parchment into the fire. A moment written for you, my sister. May you hear it echo through Ravenloft when my fingers graces the keys, and memories of us floods my still heart. Strahd takes a step back, and the only one remaining is now you, Nyx.
Nyx follows Strahd with his eyes as he walks off with the same venom and fury. And he looks around slowly at the rest of the Vistani, waiting for Nyx to say some words. Madame Eva was the closest thing to a mother to me. She was there on, well, every day that I felt angry, sad, happy. She was the one that I spoke my first stories to. The first jokes. She never laughed. But she always gave me a reassuring nod that everything will be okay. In her own way, distant though she was, I considered her family. Though she is gone, I still feel her near. I still see her smile and nod. And I know that one day I will see her again. Madame Eva was strong for all of us, including me. She was the voice that people listened to. When someone had a grievance or a discrepancy or wanted to know a certain thing about their future, perhaps they would come to her. It wouldn't even be a second thought. I miss that. I miss the reassurance of her words. I miss the feeling of my camp, knowing that they could just go to Madame Eva and she'll sort it out. Her legacy is not gone, though. What she left behind was a lesson to us all. I wish I could see her one more time right now, as I'm sure a lot of us here want to. But the thing that Madame Eva would want for all of us is to believe in ourselves, just like she believed in us. I will believe in me. And I thank Madame Eva for giving me that opportunity. And I will believe in you all, because that is the legacy she leaves behind. Nyx closes his eyes briefly and then walks off.
Alright. Then, most pressing part of the funeral is over.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Hello?
Yeah, I'm
Hello.
just moving.
Mhm.
I'm just changing mood, changing gears, switching gears.
Okay.
Switching gears to this.
Holy fuck, there's so many people. This must be the most tokens you've ever had on the map.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
As the heavy black smoke spies with herbs and incense reach lazily for the sky, and those closest to Eva has had their moment, the crowd breaks up and the mood shifts. Still, there are pockets of grieving Vistani around, so very affected by Eva's passing that they cannot put a lid on their pain in true Vistani fashion. At least, not yet. However, the vast majority launch into a great Vistani revelry. It's noisy, smelly, colorful, and overwhelming. On blankets around the mini campfires, on wooden platforms, and within sandy pits, drink, food, drugs are exchanged as the Vistani sing, dance, play, tell stories, chat, make love, gamble, act, and craft. Here and there, Vistani make their way to the pyre to offer also their personal farewell and gifts as well. Strahd was immediately pulled to the side to one larger dancing pit to the sound of a frantic violin, drums, and an accordion, and only with a heavy look over his back towards Illyria, he complies, and he starts dancing. Not a waltz, but the Vistani more free-form kind of dances. He doesn't look as carefree or lithe as the other tieflings around him, but it doesn't look ashamed or stiff either. He laughs with them and shouts greetings and other compliments to his partners that often get exchanged by new dance partners, all eager to bask in his presence. He seems to know these dances well. So, Team Trauma, in this revelry, what would you like to do? A smorgasbord of Vistani activities are at your fingertips, and food, drinks, and drink will be given freely to you. You can dance, listen to performances of theater, of music, singing, or storytelling. You can engage in various games of chance and skill, some including gambling, and there's many of Vistana you can engage in conversation with.
Do you think it's safer to split up a little bit? I kind of want to see the other shows.
I'm pretty sure anything that happens here is safe. So many people all come here to pay respects to Eva. In Vistani true tradition, you have the lighting, you have the words, the heartfelt speeches, and then there's a celebration of her life. And everyone here would do anything to ensure that festive period is respected. So go ahead. If you want to enjoy for a moment before the bureaucracy begins, I heartily endorse it.
Right, man, I'm going to watch the theater show. Do anyone want to come with?
I would enjoy that.
Let's go.
Alright, you do peruse a bit since there are several plays, but you do fall for one that is very dramatic, full of like swordplay, romance, dramatic twists, evil stepmothers, dragons. all the good kind. It's a very like tight performance, so a lot is left up to imagination since there's not really like a crowd or much props around. But Vistani are good at what they're doing, and you are enraptured.
Nice. Yeah, so Amata is fangirling all over the place. She's probably seen this show some time ago, so whenever the do the Vistani come around to villages and do plays?
If you visited Valaki camp or the Sirpal camp when a larger caravan visited, there might have been an amount of revelry you might have been able to snack away to enjoy, since Morgantha, would transform into your younger self and kind of like mingle with it as well.
Yeah, so I should probably seen this one before. And so
It's probably like a, like a Shakespearean kind of commonplace thing.
And I assume it's not old enough for Jivkos to know it.
Yeah, no. Yeah. It's new.
This is all new theater.
It's the language is far more direct than you thought it would be, and it's more rambunctious than the more conservative
Raunchy.
place of the past. Yeah, raunchy, yeah, indeed. So you're like,
Tiefling's
they don't pull
favorite.
any punches, do they?
No censorship here.
No flowery language needed.
Nice.
Does Jivkos blush? I suppose he doesn't. He doesn't have blood.
I don't think he physically can. Sadly.
Oh, sad.
You probably do see her with anything, any innuendo, anything that might be sexual, flies over Amalia's head almost immediately. She doesn't notice it.
Jivkos will point out one or two of them to her because it seems that she's a little clueless.
Oh, wow! What?
Why are
But
people
it
laughing
was
at
so
69?
charming. Why would you do this way?
Because
What?
I think it is the Vistani way of theatre.
I was supposed to snuggle, not what?
I am not the person to be asking.
I think Arius went with you too, to get some company. He doesn't want to be alone with the Vistani. So he just pats Samardia kind of on the shoulder. It's alright. Grow up in your own pace.
Thank
No,
you.
I'm just used to theatre that's a couple of 100 years older than this.
How was theater back then? Yes.
I don't know exactly what you're asking for me to say, but it was acting, singing, dancing. That has
Proper
not changed
acting.
much over the Shut the fuck up.
They don't act like the old days.
Yeah.
They don't act like they used to. No, that's because they were fucking. That's because these guys are Vistani and those guys lived in a fucking village.
I was like expecting you to say theatre was silent back then, and there was a piano in the corner.
Back in my day, all you could hear was the squeaking of boots on the ground.
Everything was black and white.
The moral quandaries, that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God.
I must ask, how, I mean, you came from here before the mists, right? What kind of theatre community was there around in Barovia back then?
Well, there at the beginning was not much of a community beyond us and the folk of the forest, but later on there was a very amateur group from the nearby towns that we also contributed to as an order.
Wait, as an order of knights, you contributed to theater.
Why must we not? It is not just for a knight to be a fighter.
Yeah, I thought knights were only fighters.
You have not met a knight before then, have you?
I've only read about knights in tales, not been familiar to this one.
Have you been in contact with some of the Argent purifiers? And, well, they can be rather intense in the passions.
I still do not know who they are. But
Right.
I assume they are some kind of knighthood outside of the mists.
Yes, the origins are a bit clad in mystery, but a small organization was formed around some martially adept people on Kambodar, and when the Copperbeards enacted a very famous rebellion against the vampire masses that controlled our half of the archipelago commenced. Well, they came out of the shadows and offered their skills, and they knew a lot about how to combat bloodsuckers and other kinds and forms of corruptions of the self. And they became an integral part of the war machine that the Copperbeards now control. Allies, you could say, but still a little bit independent. They do experiment and take an active posture on the battlefields. They are intimidating up close, I will tell you, and staunch allies on the battlefields I've been on, yes.
They do sound like knights, but that is not my kind of knight to be intense. It is better to be a more friendly face, I believe.
Aw, you have the friendliest face, you know.
And I think so too.
I would have to disagree. I mean,
once you get to
it
know
just
them.
kind of like refers to his face, which is, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, with a bit of makeup or something like that, more appealing to the masses.
It is not a priority of mine at the moment, but in the future, that might be nice.
Yusuf always said that beauty was in the eye of the beholder, and despite my stature, my inner self was the most handsome, the most beautiful. And I see yours. I see your soul, Jivkos. And it's a good friend to have, indeed.
I can only say the same for you. A noble one, too.
Well, I must live up to the name Copperbeard in some way, must I?
I still have much to learn about the outside of the Mist's current world. The last time I was outside of the valley was, well, when I joined, I think.
I'm happy to teach you, because we are going to leave this place together, are we not?
I look
Gotta
forward
prepare
to
you.
Even if it is months, days, years, I look forward to the time that I may step out. Especially the sun. It has been so long.
Oh, yes.
Would it be weird for you to hear that I don't really expect the sun? I know of the sun. I know what it symbolizes, but I don't think I can expect you because I've already seen it, you know?
Well then, I look forward to seeing your reaction when it crests your face.
Me too.
Is it that amazing? I mean, I did name myself after it, but
Do not look directly into it, please. That is
Oh.
one thing I could recommend against.
okay.
But it is
Yes.
good of you.
And do not sunbathe too much. That can also cause problems.
What is sunbathing?
It is bathing in the sun. It's rather straightforward.
Can you climb to the sun and bathe in it?
No.
No. I mean, in its rays of light, you bathe in them.
Oh, in rays. What rays of light? Oh, like it's a big lamp.
Yes, imagine one of those flashy spells of ours, and then just all the time in the sky, and just a lot of light.
Oh, that sounds. Wait. That sounds. Can you turn it off?
It is what lights up the day.
Behind all of these mists and clouds, there's
It also
the sun.
lights up the night, but that's different.
Yeah.
Technically, yes.
Well then, I really hope that I can see the sun with you, and maybe you can give me tips on how to sunbathe.
I think that would be quite entertaining.
We shall help each other, shall we not?
Is that not what friends are for?
Indeed, indeed. Vistana leans over and goes, "Shh! You're ruining the theater."
To get
Just gives him sort of a weird look. Just like,
They're not intimidated. They're like, "Shit! I'm enjoying myself." What is Nix and Illyria doing?
Nix has a habit of gambling.
gambling!
Okay.
At least.
I'm
in
sorry,
this
guys, I lost the
capacity.
money.
In this capacity, it's more like I guess Nix feels like the money doesn't belong to him right now. It's more like he's wondering whether or not Madame Eber smiles on him. Yeah, it's more of like a way to honor those that have departed by leaving them up to chance, I guess. So he's gonna go gamble.
Okay, do you want to play for 7 or 12?
We can go 7.
Okay. You put in any number of amount of money. You get 2d6. And if you roll 7, you get double. If you don't, you lose what you gambled.
Yeah.
Very clear.
I guess it's very straightforward. How much gold does he have? He's got a fair bit. He puts in 10 gold.
Jesus, that is a big. That is a lot.
No. Wow.
Like
We've
one
been-
gold coin, like one gold coin is like $100.
Let's say Nix has worked his way up to 10 gold, so we
Okay,
don't have to do
alright.
multiple times. So like he's feeling, after a couple of by breaking even up until this point, he says,
True,
"Okay, well,
true.
in for a penny, in for a gold."
Yeah, all right. $1,000 euros in a pot.
Big money, big money.
Let's see the roll. Illyria kind of like grabs your shoulders to shake them and like
That's a lot of money.
You're amazing. My heart would explode out of my chest. Oh, exhilarating. Okay, you get 10 gold coin. The dealer looks very sour.
Well, like we say, we built up to that, so yeah, I think that's all that you have to do from a gambling perspective.
That was it. You won one, so you're like, wait.
No, well, I thought like
I'm
you broke
prudent.
even. I mean, we can keep on gambling, but I think it's just gonna like if you wanted to
This
proceed
is
with the story.
This is the result of the whole night.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you broke it. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. All right. Okay. Anything else?
What does Illyria want to do? we think?
She's happy to walk around and experience different things among the Visani, as long as it is very far away from Strahd.
Yeah, but the stoner kids.
Yeah, for sure. There's like an impromptu kind of swordplay tournament that she gets interested in, stopping to listen to a persona sing, and stopping to have some drinks, some food. It's a festival, and she's in a festive mood.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else for Hamadya Areas Jupkos?
No, I think I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right. The festivities go by in a blur. You do enjoy yourself, and none of you drink to the point that you lose control. But it is hard not to get smitten by the mood around you. It is hard not to, again, look over your shoulder and see where Strahd is. So you do keep yourself in check, in control. But there's a lot to see and a lot of happy Vistani to be around. And you do enjoy about 3-4 hours of the celebration. And despite kind of like the black dot of panic, anxiety, and worry that Strahd is in the back of your head, it is still a very nice time for you all.
Is it though?
Tell me different. Is it not?
I mean, the existential dread of
Maybe for
Strahd.
Nix.
Yeah, and what he's gonna have to say and stand up, and like this could be his final night, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's go back to here. Cookie, how you doing
Yeah.
all the time? Do you have...
I have time.
You fine? Okay.
I'm fine.
Anybody else feeling worried about time?
I'm all good.
No? Good. Tell me. Okay, so late afternoon turns into evening, and the evening shifts into nightfall. Around an hour or so before this, the wild celebrations of Basani began to ebb, as anxiety and worry for the future of their people begin to creep in once more. Again, an invisible hand influences the tieflings to act as one, and the intake of alcohol and drugs slows down. Instead, the Vistani begin the effort of sobering up a bit, and so, at nightfall, they begin shuffling once more to the center of Searpool Camp, as sober as they dare to be, to the dying embers of Madame Eva's pyre and the great wooden sage rising out of the restless lake waters. Soon the crowd faces the stage in low murmurs, and those who believe themselves capable of leading the Vistani step up the gangplank and ascend above the people and the waters. Aragal is quick to get up, with a couple of roguish-looking fellows acting as his entourage, some of which Hamartia clearly recognizes. He stands confidently in broad view, just calmly watching the crowd below. But here and there, he throws glances towards Strahd and the thick crowd around him, but the vampire lord has yet to look back or leave the shore and his admirers. A procession of meandering elders dressed in traditional garb labor up the stage, whilst their various trinkets provides this rhythmic music with their clinking and clanking. 4 concerned caretakers escort the most ancient of elders, holding their arms to make sure they don't plummet to the shallow waters beneath, which is a real concern. Curiously, 7 has become 9. The Renia is not among them, and 2 of the new members are among those who hovered around the campfire outside of the elder's tent. 2 caravan leaders that Nix managed to sway to his side, but for a moment, it turns out. Then the same older gentleman that tried to enter the tent 2 days ago tries to get up on the stage after them, but a small scuffle occurs, and in the end he sullenly surrenders and steps down. The elders take their place in a loose formation, as dignified as they can, and a chair or 2 are brought up for the more frail members, since they would be unable to stand for the duration of the debate. There's some internal struggle of who gets to sit and stand where, as the space on the debate stage will become quite tight with all the extra followers around. Then Luvash is next, and at his coattails are 4 marching armored Vistani, with blue armbands and face paint of red tears. Among them the chocolate-colored tiefling that escorted you to Luvash originally. They march up to the raised platform and they surround Luvash, trying to impart some last words of advice to him. They look somewhat worried, and Luvash a bit harried and frustrated. And then, Teen Trauma, what would you like to do?
I think it's time for the final group huddle.
Okay.
Okay.
Huddle up.
Yes.
You kind of go like arms over each other's shoulders in a circle.
Yeah. Secret.
Nix. It's time for you to murder this old man, to murder that idiot Luvash, and to murder that asshole Arigo. You're all idiots. You will prove it. You have all of our faith. We believe in you. We believe in your cause. And there is no reason that the Vistani wouldn't. Just be you, be little, well, charming little self, and I believe everything will go fine. And even if not, your effort is commendable.
Arius nods, gives thumbs up. Illyria nods with as well, and she says, "We all fell in love with you as our friend. It's just a matter of doing the same to the crowd. And I know they will do the same."
Yes, if you could get me to like you, I think you can get everyone to like you.
Nix laughs.
She, of course, will just give him a nod and a good luck.
Thank you, everyone. I'm not really doing this just for me or for you. It's for the future, right? No matter what happens, we still have to keep on going. Whether it be harder or easier. We still have an objective. Strahd's going down one way or another. So, no matter what happens, I'm glad I'm here with you all. I can only say words, and I hope my words resonate with some of them. And if they do, great. I'm not looking to become a hero of the people, just merely someone to show them a different perspective that you all have given me. It's been a privilege. Thank you.
We got
Wait,
you back
you-
all the way.
Yes. Now go and kick their ass, eh? It's fine. She gives you like a little pat, a bit hurtful. I mean, it would be a bit hurtful, but you know, it's Hamartia, and she has the strength of a leaf blowing in the wind. You know?
It's a small pat. Respectable, but small. Alright. Do you step up with your group?
Yeah.
Okay.
With the group.
With the group!
With the group.
And you are allowed to go up as Fleur gave you permission.
Yay! We got enough people to go on the stage.
Whoop whoop!
Yeah.
Hype, hype.
Holy shit, this is
By the way, this map is made by me.
Oh, hell yeah, it's awesome.
Oh my god.
I love the way.
Okay. Okay.
You have the earring, right? The incriminating earring.
Yeah.
The earrings in the haversack, yep. I have it.
By the way, green means your followers actually. Next is supporters. Blue is Luvash, red is Aragon, and pink is Elders.
Got it.
That's with the elders, Jesus.
And the 9 there in the corner are the 9 current, in purple, current members of the council. So, when no other party steps forward, though some try and get laughed at, Strahd begin to cut the crowd like water. He moves up to the side of Fleur, who awaits on the sideline by the gangplank, and with a flourish, he offers to take her hand in his. With a blush, Fleur accepts. Strahd escorts her up on the platform to the center of it with impeccable manners. And the crowd below whisper in admiration, some even swooning. Fleur is left alone in the middle, and she squares her shoulders as she prepares herself to moderate tonight's debate. When Strahd departs from her, he casts a long, intense stare towards Team Trauma. But he doesn't comment, and turns his body towards Aragorn and begins heading that way instead. Again, the crowd whispers excitedly, and Aragorn straightens his back further, his chin raised higher in the air, his breath quicker in his puffed-out breast cage. This is huge. Strahd is about to physically show his support to Aragorn, and the crowd is transfixed that their prince is making such a strong declaration of support. And you can see it. The madness rising in the crowd's hungry eyes as reason washes from their faces. But then, just a couple of steps away from Aragorn, Strahd freezes. He tilts his head to the side with a furrowed brow, as if listening to something. He then looks up and away towards the west with a face twisted in pure fury. One hand curls into a shaking fist. Unnecessary breaths of air comes rapidly. But then the anger suddenly leaves his body as quickly as it came, and breathing stops, and the face becomes an unfeeling mask. He swivels on his heel and turns to the crowd. Friends, dear to me all, my duties must regretfully whisk me away from any further revelry tonight. The crowd immediately protests loudly. No! I'm disappointed as well, but I cannot shirk my responsibilities, especially to you all. I'm without a doubt that you choose a most worthy successor to my Eva. Still, the crowd is unhappy, but not as loudly as before, and with one last stare towards Team Trauma with frustration, and then another long stare to Aragorn with intense severeness, Strahd's feet leave the wooden platform below. He soars up into the sky, with an activation of his soul mark shining red from underneath his white shirt. And at the edge of the light, he implodes into a cloud of bats that immediately soars towards the west. The crowd watches him go like a junkie without their fix, and Aragorn stares intently on his feet with an enraged look on his face.
Guys, what the fuck happened?
I think someone annoyed him somehow.
Really annoyed him. He looked like a pissed off Strahd von Servius. What the fuck is going on?
Jeff Goss is gonna start checking his distance and just repeatedly do that basically.
Yeah. He
just wants to see if he goes to the castle or somewhere else.
He circles somewhat southward, jumps to the northeast, and then within seconds he is far northeast, as the crow flies, 40 hours northeast.
The hell is what's over there?
Open the map for a moment.
Sure.
Okay.
Northeast of where we are.
Yes.
No, northwest. Sorry. Yeah, he.
Northwest.
Okay, I will say this again. He circles somewhat south, jumps 10 hours northeast.
Castle Ravenloft. Yeah.
he, after a second or two, he jumps to be northwest, about 40 hours.
West, northwest. Oh, to Kresk?
To Kresh?
Or,
Yeah.
or to
Yeah.
the
Or is that Velaki? Or wait, like how far is that? Yeah.
Could
Oh,
be to
that
the
is
wall.
Kresk.
Yep. That's oh,
Well, it's also where the cave is over the wall, so we don't know one more.
Yeah.
maybe it's the Beneos as well. Can be the Beneos too.
Maybe.
He has traveled to either Kresk or another to the south.
So quickly.
Teleportation.
I'm learning. I'm trying to get the hang of it. We're going to need it.
Which is what has annoyed him in that area, is to think about after this.
Keep it in mind.
He'll just keep on doing that basically throughout the entire day.
Okay. I would tell you during the course of this time for this foreseeable future, he moves further west. But other than that, in a pretty rapid pace. But other than that, you're not entirely sure.
Alright.
Until I tell you something different. Okay.
Right.
Do you guys still have time?
Yeah, I have a little bit more of time.
Okay.
Yeah.
The crowd whisper, murmur, and converse for quite some time, processing these turn of events. But eventually Fleur takes courage and steps forward with one hand. We must begin, please. It's time. It takes a bit for the crowd to calm down, but a loud bark from Luvash certainly helps, and Fleur sends a quick glance of gratitude towards him. In that pocket of calm, she continues, friends, family, the time has come to decide the future of the Vistani. I'm as overwhelmed as you all are at how sudden Madame Eva left us. How the idea of this vote came to be, and how to navigate the challenges that stand before us as one people. That doesn't matter anymore, because the truth of the matter is that we've all experienced and felt the chaos that brews between and within the roosts now that Eva is gone. She was not only our friend, our collective mother, and our soothsayer. She was also the rock that kept us steady on these stormy seas, steadfast in our traditions, in our shared heritage, and perhaps, most importantly, united as one people. She pauses as the crowd holler and agree with her. We need that again, but the choice hasn't turned out to be obvious. And though we might not be all the Vistani there are, we've got enough to be a majority. So, tonight, we will decide who will divine our future again. Standing up here are the contenders that have gathered enough support to vie for that position. Aragal of the Valaki camp! The crowd cheers loudly. The council of our most esteemed elders! The crowd cheers somewhat. Nix of the Serpol camp! The crowd cheers heartily. And Luvash of the Valaki camp! The crowd cheers a little. To decide who is worthy enough to guide us, each contender will be granted a couple of minutes for their best argument, that each opponent will have an opportunity to make a short response. The next contender will speak, after which there will be a response from everybody again. We will repeat that 2 more times until all have spoken and replied to each other. Then, you, my fellow Vistani, will make your final judgment. Electricity is in the air. Hearts are beating fast. Eyes open wide. Breaths heave as one. The gathered Vistani watch the platform like hawks, observing every twitch of a muscle and reading every facet of facial expressions of those gathered on the stage, including you. Before we begin, we must decide in which order they will present their side. Fleur brings up forward a top hat, which holds crumpled up pieces of paper, and she mentions each candidate forward. One after the other, they pick a piece of paper, including Nyx, and the running order for the debate is declared to be Luvash, Elders, Aragol, and then lastly Nyx.
Oh, best for last.
He goes around again there.
Yes. Well, it will be the same kind of, in that order they will present their speeches, and in that order they will present their rebuttals. But they will not rebut against themselves. Luvash takes in a big breath of air, and each candidate goes back to their camps. In that time, Luvash again shares a couple of final words with his 4 soldiers here gathered with him, and then he steps forward to speak as tonight's first contender. Brothers, sisters, family, listen up. I'm not here to speak pretty words. I'm here because I've had enough. Enough of seeing our people threatened. Enough of watching us foolishly contend with outsiders to the point we turn our backs in trust and then get surprised that we get stabbed. Madame Eva is gone, and we're left without her shielding wisdom. But I tell you this, we don't need more frustrating debate that lead nowhere and leave us exposed. We need action. We need strength. We need to protect ourselves and our way of life. I've lost my own blood, my daughter, Arabelle, to these power struggles. Her life cut short because we slothfully believed ourselves to be safe was vulnerable to outsiders. No more! I won't let another Vistani child fall because we were too soft or too lazy. We've been playing at peace while our world grows sharper and deadlier around us. The Copperbeards now openly recognize the prince's existence, and we got no real clue if they'll become allies or enemies. And that serpent, Duchess Nonel, have sent agents that have penetrated the mists for a while now. Surely they have reported back to her about their allegiance to the prince. Do you think either power will look kindly towards us? Fairly? Even neutrally? No! Let us not fool ourselves. We'll be caught in their games. No more bending. No more taking sides. We will pull back, gather our own, and make the wilderness and winding roads of Cardness our fortress. Never staying or allowing long enough to never be truly noticed. We will make temporary camps that don't open doors for strangers, who safeguard our traditions and keep our people safe. We will be ready, eyes sharp, hands alert. Let them beg for our people's great hospitality and skill, and we'll only answer when it suits us. Serpool will stay guarded, locked tight, for our history and our dealings with the prince, or any other that will be on our terms. The world watches and waits, and we need to move in silence, ready to defend what is ours. We are not their pawns on a battle map. We are not officially under any banner. We are Vistani, free as the wind. From now on, we guard our own, we fight for our own, and we answer to no one but ourselves. Follow me, and I will lead us all to the future where no Vistani child has fear. It's time to stand tall to protect our ways as fiercely as we love. It's time to be Vistani, free and independent, and in the name of my lost Arabelle. And he will make a roll. My mic's still good?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's fun. It's great.
that was very good. Holy shit.
Okay. Some of the elders of the self-proclaimed council is with their wittier than others. So the response is not given one council member at a time. Instead, their reply freeforms between different speakers, but for brevity, I will present their response in one unified voice. Your grief is real, and your passion undeniable. But we must lead with wisdom, not fear. You call to retreat, to shield ourselves in isolation. It may sound like strength, but in truth it betrays who we are as a people. We are travelers, storytellers, merchants. To pull back from the world is to betray the essence of who we are. We understand the need for caution. The Copperbeards and Noldell are real threats, and our prince is no simple ally. But severing ties, withdrawing into the wilderness, this is not the way. Madame Eva taught us to walk the narrow path, the laws of hospitality and how to treat our friends. You ask us to discard that, to discard our friends, our ways. How could we live with that? We also heard concerning rumors that you would want to install mandatory martial practice for all able-bodied Vistani. While investing in our people in such a way would help to strengthen us, it's unacceptable because you would tamper with our most sacred tenet, our freedom to choose our own life path. Would you really take that away from us? We are not here to reject your concerns. There is truth in them, but your way lacks balance. To shield ourselves too tightly is to invite stagnation and leave us without allies when the storm comes. Let us not react to danger with panic. Let us instead move forward together, guided by tradition and tempered by caution. And we, the Council, possess the shared wisdom to safeguard just that. And the Council will roll for the rebuttal. And then lastly, Aragorn steps forward. There's certainly a little bit of dramatization when Aragorn steps forward. There's like kind of caresses his chin, he stings a little bit, looks towards Luash with this look of brotherly love, and then he says, "Little brother, your words drip with fear, disguised as wisdom. Run and hide. Abandon our allies, our ambition, and everything that makes us Vistani to cower in the wilderness like hunted prey. Is that your great plan for our people? You speak of protecting our children, but what kind of future do you offer them? A life of poverty, mistrust, stagnation? Building a fortress in the wilderness won't keep them safe. It will leave them weaker, cut off from opportunity and ripe for taking when real strength comes knocking. You say we need to be shrewder, and I agree, but shrewdness is not cowardice. You call for independence, but what is freedom if it's spent huddled in the mud, or sweating in your forced dreams? By Madame Eva's wisdom, save us. The Vistani are better than that. Brother, my heart bleeds for you and Arabelle. But it's clear to see that it has broken you. I say this out loud in the depth of the deepest of brotherly love. I don't think you're in the right headspace right now to do anything but grieve and take care of yourself right now, let alone guide the Vistani as a whole. Yes, brother, we can strengthen ourselves, but not by burying our hands in the sand. We should aim for greatness, for wealth, for power, not shrink from it. A true leader doesn't demand less from his people. He shows them the path to more. Follow me, and I will give you a future where no Vistana has to run or hide ever again. And Aragorn falls. And Flair looks to you next.
I'm a little curious. Am I to just rebuttal Luvash, or is it you did it all together, or?
This is just rebuttals to Luvash's speech, but they're adding, their own points into it, taking the opportunity, like good politicians.
All right, I'm just mindful of time as well. Nyx will stand up and say, Luvash, what you are trying to say, the essence of what you're trying to say is that we, the people of the Vistani, need to protect ourselves, and you are going to be the person in whom leads us to be protected. It is admirable and expected of you to take this position, especially in light of what has happened recently to your household. I, and along with my friends, played a key role in discovering the nature of her tragic end. And I would do so in a heartbeat for any Vistana. But for you, Aragal is also correct here. You are essentially asking everyone here to be okay with imposing martial law, and not for you to be the marshal. And I don't think that is what people need right now, whilst they need to focus on their future. And they need protection and a leader. I think your angle for the people here would lead them to a status of perpetual pre-war, where everyone would have to look over their shoulders and, well, be punished, frankly, for not following the rules of martial law. And I don't think anyone here wants to do that. Everyone wants to be able to be free and lead their own lives, free from every tyrannical governor, no matter where it comes from. And
All right.
I will step back.
Perfect. Make me a persuasion manipulation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good at those.
14. Thank you. Continue. Shall we?
Yep.
Yeah. When it's time for the elders to make their peace, they have somewhat managed to prepare themselves in time to present written mini speeches from each 9 of the members. The
Thank
crowd
God.
groans in anticipation as the sheet notes are brought forward, and the hoarse elder voices attempt to clear their throats. The first voice begins. Brothers and sisters, we gather not in despair, but in continuity. Madame Eva, may her memory be eternal, led us with vision and fortitude. But her passing does not mark the end of that guidance. No, it is the beginning of a shared wisdom. The second continues. The flame of the Vistani is not carried by one hand alone, but by many. We stand here as your council, bound by the old ways, traditions that are cradled us through storms. We are not here to uproot our people, but to hold firm. The third one. There is fear that without drastic measures we may falter. But have we not thrived by balancing trust and wariness, loyalty and independence with patience, we shall continue as we always have. And then the fourth, and the fifth, and the sixth, and the seventh continue as they always have. But what is interesting is that they also mention the Copperbeards, Duchess of Nell, but they don't believe that they should react too harshly to them too quickly. Instead, they should, keep calm and see what happens. These are tests, not challenges to flee from. And lastly, the knife one says, so do not fear change, for we guide it together, slowly, steadfastly. Do not fear loss, for we share its weight. Let us honor the past, study the present, and with clear eyes, face what comes. Then the council says in clumsy unison, and so we will shepherd our people forward with respect for tradition, tempered wisdom, and unwavering resolve. It was better than the crowd worried. It would be, but it was still pretty confusing, having so many different people say different things. Even though they like tried to make a bit of a journey through their speeches, it's still like every person wants to have their voice heard. And not all of these voices project that well over vast distances, but they will still roll, but not as much the advantage as they've had in the past. All right. Luvash goes on with a very short response, saying, "You speak of balance, but I see complacency. You cling to traditions while the ground shifts beneath us, believing the same careful steps will guide us through challenges we've never faced before. You say retreat is weakness, but isn't it also weakness to hold fast to all ways when the world demands we adapt?" And he continues to talk about how their response is not strong enough, how many Vistani lives will be lost until they finally act or react. They need to do something, or else the Vistani people will be swept away by the tides of history that is changing. "My plan is not to panic. It's survival, it's protection, it's love for our people, fierce and unyielding. That is what I fight for, and I will not waver." That is Luvash's rebuttal with the roll. Aragorn, starts the same, with the same kind of topics. He criticized their caution. This is a time for us to grasp the future, grasp the opportunities before us, to not stagnate. Strahd offers us a chance to rise, and you would keep us bound to the old ways, surviving but never thriving. And he ends some of it with, "Manamiva saw the path forward clearly because she understood that tradition is a foundation, not a prison. She would not have us cling to the past while the future slips through our fingers. To honor her is to embrace the boldness she embodied. Not to fear change, but to command it." There's a wave of cheers, thinking that Aragorn is finished, but he continues, And if I might add, last I heard, you were 7 speaking in a unified voice. Now you're 9 with 1 member replaced. Is this an apt reflection of the steadfast leadership you offer? What's next? Will you turn 13? 21? Will the Vistani have to gather like this so the council of all several hundred members have to make one teeny tiny decision? You can't even decide upon the bureaucracy between you. You will fail to make a decision this or that way, no matter what. What a total disaster, honestly. The crowd laughs with him, and Fleur gives him a heated look for resuming to speak. But Aragorn ignores it. He's busy laughing and gesturing with the crowd. Some elders try to shout out some half-hearted complaints, but they mostly fall on deaf ears. The crowd has heard the damning message, and it was a massive blow. And Aragorn will roll. Okay. Next.
Alright, okay. I've written something. Nick stands up and looks at Aragorn. A little sourly, since he feels that he actually said actual true things. Bastard. He addresses the crowd. Brothers and sisters, I have heard that the council chooses to remain as we are, to trust tradition and simply hope our fortunes will turn. But look around. How many of our people have already suffered from these shifting sands? how long have we whispered that someday the mists will lift, that our luck will return, that time alone will solve our troubles? Tradition is indeed a sacred root that binds us to our history. Yet, if we cling to it without question, it can become a chain around our necks, a chain that keeps us complacent, while a grim reality tightens its grip on our lands. This is not merely the worry of a single family or a caravan, it is the burden of our entire people. We are Vistani, wanderers, seers, survivors, storytellers, lovers. Our strength has always been our willingness to adapt. We were never a tribe that huddled in one place and waited for the world to change on our behalf. We traversed roads others feared and forged paths no one else could see. That is our true tradition, a spirit of defiance against the unknown. I do not speak of abandoning what our ancestors taught us or what the elders choose to follow. I speak of harnessing it, using our knowledge, our heritage, and our courage to shape the future rather than letting the mist define us. When the path ahead is shrouded in haze, we do not wait for someone else to clear it. We move forward, together, lanterns in hand, forging a new path, wagons behind. So to those who say, stay the course and see what happens, I ask, what has happened so far? Our families stand divided, our caravans spread thin, and the mists remain. If we were simply continue as before, we condemn ourselves to repeat the same hardships. It is time to act, time to plan, and time to unite our strength to lift ourselves and our future generations beyond the gloom that holds us back. Tradition should guide our hearts, but action guides our steps. As the Vistani, we have the power to reclaim our destiny. Let us not waste it by waiting and watching. Let us instead walk boldly into the fog, bearing the light of hope and the courage of our history. For if we trust in ourselves, like I trust in my friends, and one another, no veil can obscure our path for long. This is our moment. No more idle promises, no more sitting still, hoping fortune shifts in our favor. If we wish to see real change, we must be that change. So, let us set forth hand in hand and prove that tradition and progress are not enemies but allies. That is what truly means to carry the spirit of the Vistani.
Nice. Flowery language there. Yeah, make me another manipulation with manipulation and persuasion. Yes, indeed.
Manipulation, persuasion.
Unless you argue otherwise, you know. I will take that as a standard. Okay, so that's half of the debate. Now is the juicy half. Are we here for another round?
Alright. Canby, what's the juicy part?
Yes, I will blaze ahead. Aragorn steps forward. He doesn't begin immediately. He watches the crowd, and then finally, with this drama pause, he finally says, my kin, my capable and beautiful brothers and sisters of Vistani, look around you, not just at the fortunate faces that have braved 1,000 leagues of the road and managed challenges with skill and cunning, but at this life we lead. It is a sumptuous life, yes, but it's not without its hardships, not without its strife. Are you tired? Are you weary? Do you believe that this world can give us more? Think of the stories they tell about us, wanderers, trinket sellers, jesters on the edge of their grand halls. Amusing, curious, envied in the moment, but never respected, never feared. And why? Because we have not yet taken what is rightfully ours. And Aragorn continues talking up the heritage of the Vistani, how powerful they are, how full of potential and promise, how skilled they are, and despite all of what the Vistani has to show, there is no roof, there's no real riches, there's no banner to command respect. And he talks about how the Vistani will be swept away by these bigger people and these bigger moments in history as footnotes instead of protagonists of their own stories. He wants a future where the Vistana will hold true reverence as not entertainers that are envied in this moment, but as rulers, artisans, master craftsmen, rich, powerful, wielding influence, and command the respect of the kings they have served in the past. And he promises that this is no idle dream, that he can deliver upon these grand promises. And to do that, they need to truly embrace Lord Strahd von Tsarevich alliance. That if they truly stand with him, they would rise with him, and what reward would be granted to the Vistani if they even would help him end the curse of Barovia. What greater friend would share in his triumph? Let us demand as much as we desire. Let us grasp the power and the influence shape not just our lives, but the lives of those who come after us. And if you wish to remain as you are, living the old ways, so be it. I will never deny you that choice. But for those who dare to dream, who dare to want more, I will lead you. With our prince as our ally, and with my guidance, we will seize a future where our children grow up not in wagons, but in palaces, where the name Vistani is whispered with awe across the land, where no one dares to mock or pity us again. Rise with me, my kin, and let us claim the life we deserve, not the life we be given. It's time for more. And there's a lot of cheers at these grand promises. Luvash watches the cheering crowd with a furrow and a dark look in his eyes. Fleur turns to him to give him the go-ahead, but several seconds tick by without an attempt of commencing a rebuttal from Luvash. Fleur calls out his name with a questioning tone, not loud enough for the whole crowd to hear, but loud enough to try and wake Luvash from his stupor. He doesn't answer, not immediately, but when he does, he comments, "Have me go last." What do you mean? That's not... I'll go last. Fleur swallows, clearly unhappy that her rules are challenged, but something in Luvash's expression makes her go along with it. Fine, I guess. Elders, the stage is yours for your reply. Luvash wishes to go last. The elders launch into their rebuttal. They talk about how his ambitions are bold, Aragorn, but it is not a prize worth spending. They don't believe in these promises that he brings to the table. What will their cost be? It is not what Madame Eva wanted. It is not our traditions. We are meant for the road, meant for this narrow path. And putting ourselves in this position would be too much risk. And then, Nyx, do you have anything you wish to say to Aragorn?
So many things. I suppose if you're going to use it, use everything, I suppose. Nyx stands up and says, Aragorn, you speak of comfort, of gold, as if the coins that you so freely threw out amongst the crowd over Madame Eva's funeral, so freely, the gold can keep the mist at bay, and that the curse will be lifted by pure coinage. But we, the Vistani, have long known that any gift from any unseen hand often carries a price. You say that wealth will help us thrive, and you have that wealth. But how many caravans and people have vanished in the night? Illusions spun around their promises of safety. How many of our people have fallen prey to whispered deals that seem so harmless at first? Yes, gold can stock our wagons, but it does not feed our souls if in exchange we become pawns in another's game. And Nyx will reach into the bag.
Yeah, let's
Pull out an earring. Brothers and sisters, a plot has been uncovered that Aragal, who stands in front of you now, claiming to have riches and comforts and more, is actually a direct puppet of Strad von Sarovich. And whatever he is promising you on this stage is false and lies, and what our future looks like if we proclaim Aragal to be our leader would be servitude under a tyrant. And we deserve better.
Everyone kind of leans in to look at this very, very tiny object in your hands.
Can I make like a minor illusion of the earring so it will be like...
Sure, that would definitely
I'm gonna
help
do
you.
that. I'm gonna
Project the screen.
Guys, take a screenshot.
Everyone brings up their monocles and, or,
Yeah.
to like see. Yeah, you like bring it above your head as large as you can, and Aragal actually goes, like a hand instinctively goes to the inside of his pocket. And then there's frustration on his face. There is a shout of the people like, what does this mean? Wah! And Aragal kind of shouts over the crowd, I make it's no secret. Strad is my friend, my great friend as he is of everybody here, and he was about to endorse me before he had to leave. This is not anything new. And like he continues with this kind of lines and arguments.
I try and I speak over him as like my friends, brothers, sisters, fellow Vestani, ask yourselves this one question. Do we sell our independence for but a handful of gold, trusting that unseen powers will stay benevolent? Or do we stand here and now as the Vestani have always stood, ready to face the unknown, forging our destiny by the strength of our hearts rather than the weight of another's purse? You choose Aragal, you choose Strad, and you choose your future to remain the same, albeit gilded in false hope.
Aragal throws up his hands like, so what? I make no secret of it. It's true. I'm not ashamed. And Luvash is like very, very angry. There's like a dark look on his face as he looks between Aragal and Nyx, and he understands. You can see in his face what it is. And Fleur is there like, Nyx, you did the same thing. You're not allowed. Shut up, Aragal! Like trying to get him to shut up. It was not your good speech.
Turn off the mic.
Turn off the mic. Yeah. And then she turns to the crowd and like, everybody, calm down. We need to continue. And in the end, when the crowd finally calms down, make a roll.
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
Increasing. No chance for advantage here, I guess.
You know what? Actually, do a bit advantage considering your setup here. Yeah, for sure. Soul, Harmony, and Blotch. Nice.
Better.
Soul and Harmonia. Woohoo!
Yeah. Stealth mission.
Corporate espionage works out.
Fleur looks towards Luvash, and then finally the crowd calms down with a questioning gaze once more. And this time he does step forward, his shoulders squared, some kind of resolution has befallen his countenance. He takes a long look at his brother, then to you, Nyx, and then to the crowd, before his words bellow out once more. He's not that good at ebbing and flowing his language, so it becomes like a melody. It's just this constant barrage of shouts and anger. I hope that I have
Anger,
portrayed
yes,
that.
Stalin.
And he talks more, kind of echoing what you said. It's recklessness wrapped in arrogance. His promises are hollow. What are they cost? Do not gamble everything we have. Let us not put ourselves in a dangerous position in front of Copperbeards and Noel or whoever else would come and take us and see us climb too high with our backs turned and hands full of promises. You would see us crushed under the weight of the alliances you would force us into. And in the end, he kind of gathers a bit of strength to carry on. And then he says, "You say I'm not capable of making rational decisions in the wake of my sweet Arabelle's death. And whilst I will overlook this time the patronizing tone you have, I will prove you wrong right now. I stand firm in my beliefs. I can see clearly that despite my best efforts, my words have not taken root in the heart of the majority. It's true. I'm not eloquent. I'm not charismatic, and I don't have the right cunning for politics. What I am is an aggrieved father trying to protect the rest of our children. And I am a soldier to the cause of the Vistani. For that cause, I declare I'm no longer in this election, and I ask those who would vote for me to bear witness to this resolution. I endorse Nyx of the Vistani, and I give him my vote. I do not command you to do the same, but I pray you will follow my lead."
What a fucking legend.
Oh my god.
The crowd erupts in shock. Aragorn is beyond and shouts at Floor that such is not allowed.
Squishers.
The elders are slow to react, and not all of them understand currently what is going on or fail to grasp the full picture of it. So they mostly demand Fleur to clarify the rules and the situation at hand.
What? What you say?
What? Yeah, Luva's entourage of the four warriors are first bewildered, and they complain loudly, but after seeing Luvash stand firm in his decision in this chaotic aftermath, they straighten their backs and they move from watching Luvash's back to watching Nyx's instead.
Yeah.
This display of shifting loyalties sends shockwaves of reactions to the crowd once more. Some demand Fleur to stop Luvash, others beg him to remain in the race, and yet still some, wearing blue armbands, begin to chant Nyx's name.
Let's go! Next!
Fleur gets control of the crowd in a good 2 minutes thereafter and just begs them to be silent. When it's calm enough for her to just shout about the crowd, she says, whilst I cannot force, you're right, I can't automatically turn the votes that are given to Lowatch to Nyx instead. Yes, I know, please let me speak. The votes will not be turned on their own, but if Luvash wishes to drop out and endorse Nyx, it's up to those that would have voted to Luvash to independently vote for Nyx if they want to. I cannot force Luvash to remain in the race. That is not possible. Another wave of chatter goes through the crowd, but all sides, in various degrees of discontent, agrees with Fleur's verdict in the end. Thereafter, the crowd calms to just a simmer of noise, and Fleur makes an exhale of relief. Thank you all for keeping the order in the end. Then it's Nyx's turn to have his voice heard, and then we will have the final 3 rebuttals. And Fleur gestures to Nyx to take the floor, if we still have time tonight.
Yeah, I'm
You guys
good.
okay?
I have like more 30 minutes and that's it.
Okay.
Seeing as this turn of events happens, Nyx looks back to Illyria, Hamatia, Tivkos, and Urius, and his tension in his shoulders seems to loosen, as if something is relax him somewhat. And his posture becomes looser as that of how he generally is in front of a crowd. He has a smile on his face. He brushes a loose piece of hair back into place and struts to the front of the stage and continues over to the elders, gives them a nod. To Aragal, gives him a smile. And to Luvash, as he comes backwards, a short bow. Before going more or less center stage as if he is performing. And exclaims, "Gather around, brothers and sisters, for I wish to tell you all a story. It is an old one, as old as the stones beneath Barovia and the stars that shine above the mists. It is a story of a land long forgotten by the outside world, where shadows stretch long and deep, where the sun is a fleeting memory. In this land there was a king who believed he had tamed the night. He built great walls, raised towers high, and for a time he ruled with pride, thinking the darkness was his to command. But as all who live here know, the night does not answer to kings. The king was not the master of the night. He was merely its prisoner. For in the deepest corners of this world, something far older and more powerful than he watched and waited. Mother Night. Ancient, silent, and cold. Wrapped herself around the land, trapping it in an eternal embrace. The king, thinking himself immortal, was nothing more than her puppet, a pawn in her endless game of death and despair. And what of Strahd, our so-called lord? Like the king in the story, Strahd imagines himself as the master of Barovia. But let me tell you, brothers and sisters, in my journey, in truth, he is a prisoner of his own making. He claims dominion over the night, yet he cowers in his crumbling castle, fearing the day when death finally comes for him. He calls himself immortal, but even immortals can be forgotten, buried under the weight of their own lies. Strahd, the ruler of Barovia. A ruler commands respect, yet all I see is a scavenger feeding on the bones of his broken land. He hoards power, not because he is strong, but because he is afraid. Afraid of us. Afraid of what we will become when we no longer need to bow to his whims. He might think himself a god, but gods do not fear the future. Strahd is nothing more than a shadow, clinging to the darkness, because the light of truth will reveal what he truly is, a tyrant. Yes, but more than that, a coward. You see, my people, the mists that cling to our borders are not just some trick of nature, they are chains, forged by Strahd and the forces he serves, Mother Night. They tell us we are free, but what kind of freedom is it when the mists still bind us to this cursed land? We, Vistani, may walk beyond the mist, but the land we leave behind remains trapped, suffocated by the same darkness that binds Strahd. Nyx will reach into his bag and pull out the Taraka deck
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
and raise it above his head, and hope Hamatia does the same projection.
Yeah, he does.
Everybody starts to like lean in, squint, and like, oh, okay, nice.
What's it? These cards, Madame Ever's cards, hold the truth of our fate, and the truth is clear: to free Barovia. and Strahd must fall. But his death alone will not be enough. We must face the true master of this land, the one even Strahd answers to, Mother Night. And then will the mist part, and only then will we, the Vistani, be free. But why am I standing here before you making this claim? Because Madame Eva chose me. In her final act, she passed on this Tarokka deck to me, her Tarokka deck. Not to anyone else, but to me. She saw in me the path forward, the one who could lead the Vistani out of this darkness, not as a ruler bound by the old ways, but as a leader who understands both the power and the responsibility of our people. Eva's legacy was not one of servitude to Strahd. She knew the truth of his weakness and the darkness that controls him. Her vision was not clouded by gold or power, and neither is mine. I carry her wisdom, her gift, and now it falls to me to use it, to clear the mists and free us all. Strahd's greatest weapon has never been his strength, it has always been his lies, just like Aragorn's. He tells us he is eternal, but even eternity must end. He tells us he is powerful, but his power is built on fear. Fear of us, fear of change, fear of the future, where he no longer holds the leash. Strahd hides behind his castle walls like a thief guarding stolen treasure. He hoards the land, hoards its people, and hoards us. He uses the Vistani as his eyes, his ears, his hands, but what has he ever truly given us in return? A curse. Chains disguised as freedom. Strahd is not a lord. He is a jailer. A jailer who holds the key to our freedom, but who is terrified of what will happen when we take that key from him. Well, I say it's time to end his reign. It's time to remind Strahd that even shadows cannot escape the light. My brothers and sisters, we are at the crossroads. We can continue to play Strahd's game, pretending we are free while the mists still cling to our backs, or we can rise and break the cycle. Strahd's fall will clear the mists, but our battle does not end with him. For the night, the true force behind this curse must also be confronted. Only then will Barovia be free, and only then will the Vistani be free. And I intend to do that. I have seen the world beyond the mists. I have walked its roads, and I tell you there is a future for the Vistani there. A future without fear, without darkness, without the lies of monsters who pretend to be gods. I was chosen by Madame Eva to lead us to that future, to clear the mists, to break the chains, and to ensure that no Vistana ever has to serve a master again. Strahd's time is ending. The chains he has placed on us, the lies he has woven, the fear he has sown, all of it is unraveling. He knows it, we all know it. But the end of Strahd is only the beginning of our true journey. We will not just tear down his cage, we will shatter it, piece by piece, until not a trace of his influence remains. We stand at the edge of a new dawn. The Vistani have been cursed for far too long, wandering in circles, caught between worlds, following a tradition that does not help, neither truly free nor bound. But no more. We have a choice today to break free of the shadows, to claim our future, and to ensure that never again will the Vistani bow to any master. This is our time. This is our destiny. Will you stand with me? Will you fight with me? For the future of the Vistani, our future, free from darkness forever. Nyx holds
Lyria
his pose.
steps
Go ahead.
forward with you and puts a hand on your shoulder. And Nyx.
Nyx will stand there proudly in the words that he said. And he will shout, "We are Vistani, and we will break our chains.
Very cool.
Holy shit.
Well, those are some fighting words.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Make me storytelling empathy with advantage because of the Troika deck.
Nice.
Nice.
Storytelling with empathy.
Yes. Or persuasion. Or leadership. You're sure.
Alright, so it's gonna be the same. With advantage.
Because of the weight of Taraka, Madame Eva's Taraka deck.
30.
Holy shit.
Yes! The second
The
highest. You
crowd
fucking dead.
hollers, confused, but they do holler because
Oh.
it's a great story being told here. In that interim, Fleur turns to Luvash as a half reflex and half politeness. Luvash smiles tightly, shakes his head. He follows through with his promise, and even though he might have objections, he's keeping his criticism silent to make way for Nyx's victory over Aragal. Fleur nods with gained respect, turns her head towards the elders. They grumble a little against Luvash's endorsement, and then they launch themselves in a scolding tirade. And they talk about how you're, not proper for this position, you're not old enough, no one knows what Madame Eva actually told you, you're not supposed to have the deck, it's gifted to you by somebody we don't know who gifted you that.
All circumstantial.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know what you speak of, you're too young, how can you, throw these words about her good friend, Strahd, who was always taking care of us. La-di-da-di-da-di-da.
But wasn't...
And they, in the end, they say, you have not walked our paths, shared our burdens, nor we have confirmed, are you really of Vistani? And we question if you truly have the right to stand up here with us as such. Fleur, we would like to call a witness forward. Fleur, at this point, is frustrated at this next break of
trial.
decorum, and as such, when she begins to question the legitimacy of such a request, and indeed, this is not a courtroom, and berates the elders for stealing more time of this already turning out lengthy process, the crowd begins to rebel against her, demanding to find out what the council is referring to. Fleur rather quickly accepts the wish. Instead now, keen on not losing the crowd's given authority to her. Fine! Bring this witness forward, but do not tarry too long, please. The council member with a nasally voice, who sat at seat number 1 yesterday, steps forward with a smirk on their lips, and they call out, Daughter Kali of the Vistani, would you please come forward and step up a bit so the rest of the crowd can see and hear you? After a dramatic pause where the crowd looks around for movement and nothing happens, finally a figure deliberately pushes forward, taking her sweet time as she steps up on the gangplank that leads up to the suspended platform. She's a woman. In her late 40s or early 50s, and despite finding herself in her later years, she has aged like a silver fox. Curvaceous and commanding an easy yet potent charisma, she saunters up with confidence. Her skin is of a deep, dark lavender tone, contrasted by various shining, golden tattoos and jewelry which both share color with her striking eyes, and half of her face is seductively hidden by a cascade of rich purple hair. When she has walked far up enough, she stops and lets her long fur coat slip down her shoulders a couple of more centimeters to reveal more glimpses of a very form-fitting, tight black dress. After a cool glance sweeping over the gathered crowd below and above her, turning to intense curiosity as she passes by Team Trauma, She nails the council member with a nasally tone, an easy smile of permission. And this is Collie.
Do you know her?
Can you shift D so we
Yes,
can see?
yes, yes,
Damn.
Seems about right.
God damn.
Thank you, Kali, for answering our call. Don't mention it. I had nothing better to do, and I could not resist such a large crowd paying attention to me, and only me. But let's get to it before we bore anybody, and there's nothing I would love more. Her voice drips richly of honey, and she seems rather pleasing to listen to. Yes, quite so. If possibly, can you recount your whereabouts about a quarter of a century ago? How cruel of you to comment on a lady's age. Now I'm quite embarrassed. I'm sorry for this, but I mean, you agreed to... Honey, I'm only teasing you. Yes, I'm a prolific caravaneer, but at that point, I enjoyed some downtime visiting Eva's fire, visiting here. I see, and pray tell, was there anything noteworthy happening during your visit? If we gathered all the paper and ink in the world, a short abbreviation of my escapades could be written. But I digress. To get to the point you're seeking, Elder, I laid eyes on quite the angelic being, tearing through Barovia with reckless abandon, and we had quite the adventure together.
Could you be more specific?
I didn't know you had such inclinations, Elder. Naughty you. Raziel is an angel from another world, a celestial caught in the mists, and also caught my gaze when he came to visit. It was so cute watching him struggle between temptation and his silly moral uptightness, but alas, his will turned out to be supernatural. Because, come on, who would say no to this? Right, what did you do then? It didn't sit right with me, so I went to Madame Eva for a sisterly assist. She promised to give me what I wanted, but for a price. At this point, it becomes obvious she's milking this for all it's worth, creating as much drama and tension as she can with her pauses. And the crowd that pay rapt attention to her smiles on cue, laughs on cue, and kept in the palm of her hand, and so very, very curious to hear the juicy details of this, and she's loving every second of it.
Yes, and what was this price?
The elder asks with irritation. That the child that would come of it would be given over to Madame Eva's care, and that I must promise to never seek him out until he has proven himself a man. She called it a prize, but quite honestly, she only gave me gifts. So, she helped me subdue the angel. I had much fun with him until sunrise, of course. He was set free, and for what I am to understand, has sulked in here ever since. And I was with child. I remained here at Savoie until the little bugger was born, free of my body, and gave him to Madame Eva without a second thought about it. The only thing I left him was the jacket the golden angel left in his hurried desire to run from me. And his name.
Kali, please. You old fart. You know nothing of this art of storytelling, clearly. How rude to break my rhythm over and over again. If you must know, I bestowed him the name Nyx.
The crowd erupts in various sounds and comments. For some, it was a clear surprise. For others, it was rumors confirmed. Fleur drops her frowning face to look on her shoes, her gaze flickering once or twice to Nyx. It's clear by this that she might have known a thing or two. The elder with a nasally tone takes a small shuffle forward and continues with a louder volume. There you have it! Seldom does our blood mix well with other races because our tribe, our blood is sacred. And you all know of or heard rumors of those half-breeds not fitting in with us all, who we haven't recognized as family. For you here in Barovia, you might know of Anya. And this is for good reasons. And this is even worse. We have all heard stories of alien celestials from other worlds, how monstrous they can be. This Raziel who remained in this mist had done terrible things. Turned several Barovians into strange animal chimeras, and arguably against their will. How could we let someone with such tainted blood be... Excuse me, Elder. I wasn't finished. Kali interrupts. This isn't what we discussed. You said everything we want. You can step... I agreed to no such thing. I can't allow you to twist my heritage to such distasteful conclusions. This body did not birth a monster. It brought forth a sublime beauty, a divine legacy, a delectable mixture of celestial and fiend, so he may transcend their respective cause to form a whole new kind of demigod. Free of these ridiculous shackles bestowed upon those morally heightened creatures through a polar constellation to finally apex to true enlightenment. My ultimate response to this ridiculous ad hominem farce is simply, so what, elders? So what? He is a halfling and half celestial. I find the prospect of what he may come to do, may become far more fascinating. Don't you all too? Kali turns to a very quiet and flabbergasted audience. Aren't you all so terribly curious to see what a Vistana mixed with an angel bring us? Lead us. He is not a mistake. He is a miracle. My miracle. And Madame Eva clearly thought the same through her actions. There's a shocked silence. It goes on for like a good 30 seconds as everyone is processing what has just happened. But then there's a great cheer of Kali's twist of this perspective. It's very effective. The elders scream and shout about Nick's duality in a negative light, but it's too late. This story, this moniker, this narrative that Kali has spun is too perfect for any Vistana worth the created salt to ignore. And as such, Kali only smirks silently as the crowd drowns out whatever vitriol the elders wanted to spew. Their whole attempt to make a rebuttal to Nyx is completely forgotten, and whatever they wanted to say, likewise so. And instead, Kali will roll, not the elders, to see what Nyx gains from this.
Fucking go, boss.
Oh my god.
Beat a 30, mother.
That's a critical 20.
Oh shit!
Oh.
Above all the shouting, the chanting, and hollers, Nyx, you feel a hot caress go through your mind. The sounds all around somewhat mutes, and Kala's voice fills your mind. And a man you've become. You may not think much of me, but always remember, you shine so brightly because of me. I look forward to seeing you burn ever brighter, my child. It's a message spell, so you may respond.
I don't think Nyx will respond. I think he's somewhat flabbergasted. The fact that he's seeing his mother for the first time, the fact that she's speaking well of him, the fact that she casts message in his mind for the first time. Nyx doesn't have anything to say.
Oh shit.
Damn. That's a good
damn.
work. The golden hue of her tattoo dims as the spell ends, and after one final satisfied cat grin and a lick of her lips, as she stares you down with such brazen self-contentment, Kali's fur-covered shoulders turn and disappear within the crowd below, proudly disappearing from your view within the sea of tieflings stretching before you. And with that, we're going to end tonight's episode of Curse of
Oh
Mystery.
my god.
God.
And here I was, like, queuing up a dozen insults to shout at my mother.